just fine. I'll stay out all night, looking at the sky. I'll still have my sight. Yeah, I'll still have my eyes, and we will make love. We won't have to fight. We won't have to speak, and we won't have to lie. And I'll stop writing songs, stop scratching out lines. I won't have to think, and it won't have to rhyme. When I go down, when I go down, when I go down, when I go down.
Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, JR, Rasta, Mark, 10 bucks, Cassie, Sokoman, Epato, Ray Rune, Frido, Saladino, Prison Mike, Bullvine, Tixar, Pinksy, and Thurlow. Everybody's doing well today. It is Tuesday, June 3rd, 5. And we're going to play some Elden Ring, I guess. Let's see. What's up, Ashka? Enkthar, good to see you. Sounds more like a rock ballad than a bonfire music. Sounds like neither of those things. What's up, Warren? That was low, which no. They're in the league of their own. They used to be. The band doesn't exist anymore. Since fortunately, half of the band passed away. Very unfortunate. What's up, Mopo? You sound tired, brother. What a nice positive thing to say to someone. I've blew up on people before for saying that shit. I'm gonna contain myself today. Just for future reference. That is not a thing you should say to people. What's the positive outcome there? Right? There's no positive outcome for saying that. What's up, Pensive? How are you doing today? GG for killing Godric. I went to bed and couldn't see it. Yeah, it wasn't much of a challenge. Turns out, you know. I mean, I guess we were more than prepared for poor old Godric. But I'm looking forward. I mean, the funny part about all this is we didn't get a single level out of Stormveil, right? So eventually, at that rate, the game's difficulty is going to catch up to us, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know when that's going to be. I wonder how much of a head start Alien gave us, where we struggled over there. Taking a mental health day from work? Hell yeah. That's good. We should do that. Technically, I'm still working, but I'm finishing up. How's work been, Enkthar? Now that you've been there for what, a couple of weeks now? Have things sort of stabilized? The beauty of Dark Souls is that even high level, you can die to a bunch of rats and dogs. Yeah, especially when you don't level up HP. That is true. I'm still gonna die just as easily as I would at level 1, right? Has anyone seen The Witcher 4 technical presentation? I have not. When was that released? Today? What's up, Jode? Just a bit earlier was an Unreal showcase. What are people crying about? There was a presentation of a big hype title. I'm assuming a lot of people are crying about things. How did you find the presentation, Warren? Still struggling. Mentors difficult to reach at times. Times where I can't do anything for an hour. Okay. Well, hey, hopefully that irons out over time, right? Sure. Not really interested. There's no way I'd be able to play on my computer. Maybe by the time it releases, you'll have a new computer. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. only skimmed through. There were some interesting sites. I take time to delve in later, generally considering learning Unreal. Okay. In a bunch of comments, mostly people saying, "Remember Cyberpunk?" I'm not buying that. It's like there's no middle ground there. Like, people are being so dramatic. There's no middle ground. You don't have to go like, "I'm never buying this video game." You can just be a reasonable person and be like, "You know what? I'll wait until the game releases and I'll see how it goes. If it's coming out in a bad state, I'll wait and see. You know, we'll wait some more. If it eventually becomes good like Cyberpunk, then I'll play it, you know?" Like, why does it have to be so extreme and dramatic all the time? Jesus. It's like there's no middle ground between "I'll never play this piece of trash game again" or ever, even though it hasn't released, or, you know, or this is the greatest thing to ever come. I'm selling my house to pre-order 1,000 copies. I misspoke, not buying that as in I don't believe it will look like that. Oh, then I misread that. Sorry, Tixar. I know what you mean now. They expect the game to downgrade visually. Well, sure. That seems par for course in the industry, right? No. My point still stands, though. But yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of presentations are gonna look better than the final product, because the presentation is kind of like the vision, right? It's running at the idea, it's running the ideal version of the game. And then the reality of technical limitations and all that stuff is, you know, becoming more of a thing later down the line in development. They have to optimize and all that stuff, right? Like, what are they gonna do? I mean, you could, you know, ideally maybe they would wait until the game's further down the line of development before making presentations, so the game looks more like the final product. But obviously that doesn't work in the frame of, you know, we need pre-orders, we need our investors to feel safe that the game's already selling well before it even comes out, and all of that, you know, delicious publishing stuff that we so love very much. But like, when they're making early presentations, they're not gonna like intentionally, you know, "Oh yeah, let's just make a game that really does not look that great, you know, just to be sure, because we don't know what it's gonna look like at the end." It's not gonna work that way, right? So you know. And then if they try to make the game as beautiful as they can, people will complain about it not being optimized because it's gonna run like trash on their fucking 15-year-old machines, right? Like, you can't win. There's no winning, Sub DJ. Mostly worried about UE5 issues for Witcher 4 carrying into Cyberpunk. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I understand a lot of people are kind of not super on board with Unreal Engine 5. I think it's fine. I mean, you know, obviously, I've never struggled with Unreal Engine 5, so obviously anecdotal experience, right? Doesn't mean that the engine's great or anything. It's just, I feel like it's gonna get better over time, obviously, because people are gonna get more used to it. The engine's gonna, you know, like, optimization across the board is gonna improve. Hardware is gonna catch up a little bit. You know, I think that's a big struggle in a lot of cases these days, is hardware is lagging behind a little bit. And so a lot of the issues with UE5 are being more visible, I guess. But ultimately, I just think it makes a lot of sense that studios are sort of all coalescing around Unreal Engine 5, right? It's a rough time for the economy, even though, you know, corporations and all that are still making a shit ton of profits and all, record profits all the time, but it's a rough time in the economy. It makes sense. They want to make sure to facilitate, you know, optimal costs across the board, and working with an engine that most people understand and already trained for is a good way to do that. So, what's up, Gleger? Yeah, that's true, Warren. I agree. I mean, there's something exciting when new studios come up with their own engines, right? And you see all those new tech solutions they come up with for solving problems. And I don't know, you know, it's always I remember back in the day, like when 3D engines started becoming more and more prevalent, like late 90s, early 2000s, when every fucking game came with its own engine almost, right? Outside of a few exceptions that were using the Quake engine that was popular at the time, or, you know, and then the first Unreal Engine came out. Like that was such a, you know, like a, I remember when the first Unreal game came out. It was called Unreal, right? That's why the game's name, the engine's named after that. The very first Unreal game, first person shooter, single player, right? That was it. And you started the story in this crashing spaceship, and then you were on a planet and there were creatures attacking you. That game looked so insane for the time. Holy shit. Like that was, and I still remember feeling like, oh my god, they came up with like, you know, this is a whole new engine. This shit is beautiful. This is fucking amazing. And I remember at the time being excited, like other games being made on that platform, because the Quake engine was already starting to age a little bit. It didn't look as great. So I really remember that being a you know, monumental moment. And then Source with, you know, Half-Life 2 was a thing that came out. It looked even better, and all the physics stuff that was involved in it. Like, it was an exciting time to see all those new things come out, right? Nowadays, that part of the sort of game releases excitement has disappeared. It's more about the game itself, and everything's running on the same fucking Unreal Engine 5, and that's okay. I understand. I get it, but there's a sort of like, there was an air of experimentation back in the day, because obviously gaming was still very young, right? It wasn't the full-on corporate machine that it is today. So people tried more things. There was a lot more of like exploring in the dark and trying to find new solutions and all that. These days things have been mostly figured out, right? So everyone's just coasting, trying to make games at the lowest cost possible for maximum profit, and that's about it, right? But still, you know, a few exceptions here and there, of course. Yeah, Goose. My experiences with Unreal Engine 5 have been mostly positive, I will say. I play quite a few games that run on that. Like, you know, they take an 8 every day, runs on Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, obviously a very different kind of game, right? It's easier to do a fighting game with limited you know, space and assets and all that. But yeah, all the other Unreal Engine 5 games I've tried or played were just fine, but also I have a pretty recent computer with pretty beefy GPU, so my main issue with a lot of Unreal Engine 5 games has nothing to do with the actual Unreal Engine. It has everything to do with DLSS. DLSS is garbage. I hate that shit. And especially if you have to, you know, put your DLSS settings to anything but the highest quality, you get that really fucking weird artifacting. We've already talked about it, but that shit looks hideous. And it's not just an Unreal Engine 5 thing, right? It also appears in other games using DLSS, like the RE engine from Capcom uses the same shit. all the games using DLSS, it always looks like trash unless you put it on the basically the highest quality, which almost completely removes the you know, the frame guessing thing. Like I think Enkthar wrote it best the other day. He said, "I want my frames calculated, not guessed." I agree with that. Yeah, the smeary pixelated look, that's like a pure product of that AI predicting frames bullshit. It's so fucking annoying. I think it looks hideous. And it makes every game sort of look the same, right? It always has that sort of weird blurriness to it because of it. DLSS at 1080p sucks, too little data. Yeah, maybe that's an issue too. Maybe I would, you know, I would appreciate it more at higher reses, I guess. But I mean, ultimately, I think what happens in a lot of the games that I play, because I go like for full quality and all that stuff, my games are actually rendered at a higher resolution, and then they're just this like downscaled to 1080p in a lot of cases. I don't exactly know how it works on that front, but dude, Enon, I've been playing Doom 2016 too, and even though you can tell that it's an older game, like when it comes to like textures and assets and all that, dude, that shit plays so smoothly. Like that engine is like butter. You can tell that shit runs perfectly. You know, optimized up to the wazoo. I don't know if that's an expression, but I'm using it. I don't care. Like you can tell that shit's running like chef's kiss, and it looks absolutely crisp. Super sharp, like you said, you know, like, beautiful. It uses like 480p to upscale to 1080 on performance mode. Yeah, that's why, you know, like, and I find like the easiest way to see those things is you look at the hair of the characters, right? Or everything that's slightly transparent or fast moving in the background or stuff like that. That's where that sort of artifacting with DLSS happens the most. And oh man, that shit really makes every game look similar and bad. So yeah, I don't know. I'm happy that for now most of the games coming out I can push it to max quality and I don't have to deal with that DLSS crap, right? I don't get I get most of my frames actually calculated and properly rendered. So I feel like for now I'm out of you know, I'm out of trouble for now, but soon enough, you know, my computer's gonna lag out a little bit. But hey, what I always say is at least you can play the game, right? And I think that's an important thing to remember is no matter how ugly DLSS can make your games look, the alternative is your computer doesn't run the thing at all. Now, the caveat there is that a lot of studios do not care to optimize their shit anymore because they figure DLSS is going to just take care of that. You know, oh, well, you know, we don't have to worry about making it run on a, you know, lower hardware. We'll just let DLSS take care of that, which I don't think is a great thing for the industry overall. I think it's a slippery slope where, again, it ends up being sacrificing sort of like properly made things in favor of cheaply made things for the sake of profits, right? So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where it goes. IDTech engine's pretty much a world-class F1 sports car designed for FPSs. Yeah, one of the best engines out there. Yeah, it always was, kind of, right? Like, I think I remember like an era where ID or id, I don't know if, yeah, they're calling it id tech, sorry, was slightly less they had a bit of a rough patch, but I think it was mostly because of the games they were making. Like Rage wasn't that great, right? So I think there was a bit of a struggle there. I'm sure the engine was still fantastic. And then obviously Doom 2016 sort of marked the renaissance of id, right? And fantastic engine and game overall. I think Doom 2016 is super fun. I wish I had more time to play it. I'm really enjoying hunting for all the little secrets and all that. What's up, Boomstika? How are you doing today? New Indiana Jones games is based on id. I need to stop calling it ID. When I was younger, you know, I had no idea. When in French we would say id, you know, id tech or id software at the time. ID, but I never quite switched to id in my mind. Cited before, part of the issue for them was that they were trying to license the engine out, took away a lot of attention from their own games. You know? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, when you look at Unreal and the, you know, Epic, the success they've had with the Unreal Engine, basically stopped making games and just, you know, focused on licensing the engine. Was a very successful move for them, so I get why id wanted to do the same at some point. Oh, by the way, Garrus, I think you got a sub from Timmy yesterday. I don't know if Timmy is around, but he gave you a nice, juicy tier 3 sub. So, Garrus, you will be remembered. What's up, Shepard? How are you doing today? I'm gonna have to remember to thank Timmy if he shows up later. Yeah, he did it after the stream, Garrus. I'm sure he'll be around later, or in the week. That's how it should be. Develop the proper tool you need for the thing your team wants to create. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's a philosophy I agree with, and I think it was part of what made game development beautiful back in the day, but yeah, I mean, of course, things are a bit different now, you know, trying to save money, and I don't think it's, again, I don't think it's necessarily bad for the industry to have a standard. Also for the people working in the industry, right? If you're a dev, it's probably safer. It probably feels safer for you if you have experience on Unreal Engine 5. You probably feel a little less scared of potentially, you know, losing your job at some point, because you know, like, other studios working on the same engine are plenty. So it probably makes you feel slightly safer than, say, if you worked on like a very specific engine that's only used by one studio. I think that can be a concern, you know, for some people. So I you know, I don't think there's necessarily only bad things coming out of the standardization of the engine. But how are you today, Shepard? How are you, Sorrow? Good to see you. In-house engines are always an advantage. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, I think there's plenty of reasons. You know, there's plenty of reasons to go with a standardized engine. Most of them economical. It is what it is. But we have to be honest with ourselves. Most of the good reasons are economical, right? You save money. Or time, but time is money in that context. So, what's up, Shazar? What's up, Asterisk? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Sad, you know, that's the important part to remember is an engine is just an engine, right? You play Tekken or Clair Obscur or Stalker, none of those games feel the same. They all run on the same engine. Yeah, but that's the thing, Garrus. You're not prejudiced against UE5 there. Your issue here is DLSS. That's the blurry graphics. It's DLSS, which happens on all the engines that are using DLSS, which is pretty much the entire fucking industry at this point. Unreal Engine does not create blurry graphics on its own. Also, you're exaggerating a little bit. My 4070 Ti Super runs every game that came out on Unreal Engine 5 at max quality at this point. Without any, you know, frame rate issues. What's up, Jespo? I use DLSS quality for Doom. It's not blurry. That's the point. You use quality. Do the same on Unreal Engine 5 and it's not going to be blurry. If you use the quality settings, it's going to look fine. It's the issue is that some of the newer games that are coming out on Unreal 5 are a bit, you know, they're a bit too big for a lot of aging hardware. If you're still in like the, you know, 2K, 3K series, you're starting to lag behind a little bit. And so you don't get to max out the DLSS stuff. And so you get all the fucking artifacting bullshit. What's up, Fyridon? What's up, Pastuf? Yeah, so my monitor is 1080, Goose. I'm not sure what exact resolution I'm running certain games. I'm not sure if I'm running some of them at higher resolution and just displaying on my monitor, but you know. So what GPU are you running right now, Garrus? $3080 Ti, yeah. But yeah, I think that's kind of you know, to go back to your original message, that's kind of my point, right? I understand the prejudice against UE5, but I think most of the complaints that come up are about DLSS more than they are about Unreal Engine, which I understand is a linked problem in a way, right? Like the engine's pretty consuming, so you need to use DLSS on a lower setting a lot of the time. Right? So I understand it's linked. It's not completely isolated issues, but ultimately hardware is going to catch up, and we should be fine. But but yeah, ultimately I'm with Saladino, right? An engine is just an engine. It doesn't make the game. Very different games run on the exact same engine. It never feels the same. It's optimized completely differently. It runs completely differently. It's just... It also matters to see how what kind of attention the studio is going to put into that kind of stuff, right? So... Unreal 5 has it built in. A lot of games can turn it off completely. I think based on... Hold on, what was it? I think it was... was it Clair Obscur? Like the highest setting of DLSS was... I don't remember how exactly it was phrased, but it's basically what it implied was that it kind of turns itself off. Right? Like ultra quality or whatever, it kind of sort of doesn't use DLSS anymore. DLAA, you know, I don't know exactly how, you know, obviously I'm not a tech expert, as you can tell, but... It doesn't look like you. If that's where I disagree though, Sorrow. And again, it always goes back to fucking DLSS. As soon as your DLSS stuff is visible, that little smeary pixelization of shit, that's what makes the games look the same, even though the art direction is different, right? Like there's that sort of similar filter that you know, I'm using that word to explain how it feels. Like it's almost like every game has that same filter on top of it, right? And I think that's what people mean when they say that every game looks similar. DLAA is rendered in higher resolution with DLSS, then downscale back to the monitor resolution. Okay, that's what I'm using then in most cases. That's and that's why it looks sort of clean, right? As opposed to like performance settings and all. The fact that a studio of its size could make a game like Clair Obscur is because of a standard engine is important too. I agree with that, yeah, DJ. That's one of the upsides that I see, right? Again, like the fact that it's more economical is not always a bad thing. There's upsides to it. And that's an important thing to remember. It's always a double-edged sword, sadly, right? All those cool things that allow other things to exist, you know, that wouldn't be able to exist otherwise. That's the cool part about it. But then it's when the already, you know, the already overly rich publishers and corporations using that to make even more profits at the cost of the quality of their games. That's the other side of the edge, right? Oh well. What can we do? I don't know. Keep talking about it, I guess. Play the good games. If I wanted to get a new PC, what graphics card is the best money to quality investment? I don't know, Tixar. With the 50 series being out, I wonder... I wonder if now is the time to wait. Do they have like a TI, like a 5070 Ti or something? Is that already out or is that coming soon? You know, maybe there's an argument to wait for a little bit for those sort of, you know, like improved middle of the range cards. Those tend to be pretty cost efficient. I don't know. 5080 Super is on its way. Yeah, it really depends on what you want and the kind of longevity you're hoping out of it, I guess. Like, part of my logic to go for the 4070 Ti last year when I did was... 4070 Ti Super was... I didn't want to get like a 4090 or anything, or... You know, I figured might as well save some money now and then in a couple of years I'll buy another upgrade, right? Instead of just dishing out so much more money. And so that's also a thing to consider, you know. When do you plan on upgrading? And 5070 Ti is out. Nvidia also doesn't have physics anymore. Many older games are now almost unplayable in the 50 series. Interesting. I didn't know about that. That's an interesting aspect. Alright, let's see. Is today the day where we're... Today is gonna be the day. Is today the day where we're gonna have to start ordering my notes? Oh my god, I'm so scared. So there's one spot we haven't been able to explore in the castle yet. I'm thinking maybe you get to it from like the outer edge, potentially? Or in here? In here seems to be closed, but maybe there's a hole. I don't know. I can't understand a word being said now. That's why I'm on PS5. Yeah, I'm not big into tech anymore either. I used to be a lot more into that sort of stuff late 90s, like mid to late 90s and early 2000 when I was building my own computers all the time and I was constantly like, you know, tinkering with them. I have not done that for a long time. And I'm obviously very, very out of touch with what's being done these days. But yeah, back in the day, you know, late 90s to early 2000s, I was always building my own computers and I was very much into that stuff, but yeah, nothing's the same anymore. Like there's so many more things to about these days. What's up, Colossi? Did you end up finding out how to open that door? I mean, depending on what door you mean, no. If that's the door here from like the lift side chamber and that little section behind, no, I haven't found a way. We did find the elevator to the Rampart Tower, the second elevator, so that's nice. Did you have a Voodoo 2 GPU? No, I had a... my first GPU was a Matrox Mystique. And then... after that, I got a TNT Riva, whatever, and then the Voodoo 3 at some point, and then the first GeForce. You know, that was the whole thing. I skipped the Voodoo 2. I had a Voodoo 3. And then, you know, but before that, I had a TNT... Riva, whatever it was called, which I believe was the ancestor of the GeForce, right? That was NVIDIA. Yeah. Yeah, those were the kind of hardware I was working with back in the day, you know. Yeah, Colossi. Okay, yeah. No, I haven't found a way to open this door yet. I'm thinking maybe it's from here, or maybe even the complete outside. Like, I can tell there's a little thing here, so maybe there's a ledge you can walk, and then you get there. We'll see, we'll see. I'm gonna keep exploring a little bit, and we also have to get back to the bridge anyway. So, you know, that's something to consider. I'm definitely not gonna fast travel. I do want to backtrack inside the castle while we go there, because I want to see if maybe something changed now that we've defeated Godric, you know? All those things can be interesting. That's how you make sure you see most of the game, even when it, you know, most of the time it doesn't lead to nothing, but if there's a secret to find, that's how you find it. Yeah, so we'll see. But the first thing I wanted to do was to talk to, what's his name again? Gostok. That nerd. I want to talk to him because he seems very angry, stomping on Godric's corpse right now. Yeah. Mirror's Edge goes down to 3 FPS on a 5090 if you break a window with physics enables. That's amazing. I actually think that's such a funny thing. Like that, you know, like it's a good illustration of how the work that those technologies are actually doing, right? Like you have that physics things in your cards and it deals with all that stuff extremely well. Completely, you don't even notice it's there. And as soon as you remove it, even on the top of the line hardware, an old game from like 20 years ago slows down to a crawl. It's so funny. It gives good perspective about how, you know, that, like, how that tech hangs onto, like, some specific elements like that. How are you, Tylers? But yeah, anyway, interesting tech conversation. I've learned a few things. Thank you, guys. I guess my conclusion with it, and then we can probably move on from it, is that no matter which engines companies end up using, it's going to be about what they make of it, right? I know it's very like banal, it's like a platitude, but it's not about the engine, it's about how you use it, right? That ends up being very true. Like there's going to be great games that run super well on Unreal Engine 5, and there's going to be absolute pieces of garbage that will never be optimized on the exact same engine. So at the end of the day, I think it's important to focus on the actual product, like the actual game and the artistry that's put into it, and the passion and all that, and not just get mad at a video game before it even releases because it's running on an engine that you know, have an issue with. I think that's an important thing to remember. Right, now hopefully all the fucking tech nerds in chat are gonna slowly transition out of that conversation so I can read my own chat and understand something. Because there's always it's always a thing with you tech nerds. It gets to the point where it goes a slight step too far and you lose everyone else, you know? You get out of the frame that most people can sort of understand, you know? I thought boasting about polygon counts died mid-2000s. I guess I was wrong. Yeah, remember what was those terms? The teraflops and all that, like the number of calculations made per second or whatever. I don't remember exactly what the term meant, but anyway, I'm not trying to reignite the tech conversation. My bad. Why are we in boss fighting attire? Because I just killed a boss. But you're right, I should change. Oh, I still want that fucking armor with the thing around. I need to change that as well. This and this. How you feel about the tech nerds is how I feel about Magic conversations, like Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? It's the same thing when the Magic the Gathering conversation starts in. And I mean I understand the Magic conversations. Obviously, I'm not affected by that, but it's like people are speaking a different language all of a sudden, right? that I mean I think that's the thing. That's the same thing with every fucking like nerdy passion. You can get to a point like the base level of conversation. Everyone can sort of get an idea of what is being talked about, but then you get to like the more specific stuff, and everyone that is not actually part of the hobby is gonna get completely left behind. That's the same with everything. I'm sure it's the same with even like writing. You can very quickly get into like very technical things that people are not really gonna understand, you know, so. But ultimately, and I think that the you know, ultimately I personally want to understand my chat. If I'm getting deep into like a nerdy conversation, I mean that's okay, because you know, I'm in my house, so to speak. But when chat completely leaves without me, that's when I try to rein it in a little bit, so, you know. So I can at least be included in my own house, you know. That seems to make sense to me. Alright, let's see what this nerd has to say about the situation there.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya?
Oh, damn.
Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
The man has a chip on his shoulder. That's the, you know, the least I can say. Let's see. Let me use Steam there for a second. What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. What would be a perfect definition of craven? Lacking in courage, cowardly. Okay, cowardly. That makes sense. No. Okay, so what I'm getting here, and hold on, I need to get my notes. What I'm getting here is that for Gostok here, did not like Godric very much. Felt pushed around and looked down upon. Called him a coward after his death, stomped on his corpse. I'm still curious because, you know, Gostok initially sort of helped us get in there, right? Sent us to that side path or whatever. Which, again, I believe was a way of... That's how he traps people. Typically. He sends them to their death on that ledge, you know, on that side path. Closes the door behind them and all that. Lets the knight kill them. And then gets items from their corpse. We've seen him one time, right? Up that elevator. Just dig into a dead body and grabbing items and then selling them to us. But I wonder... You know, I have to wonder if us being a tarnished, and I think he realized that. I wonder if there's a part where he's like, well, if that tarnished can kill Godric, or maybe he didn't think anyone could because of the grafting and all that and the powers that Godric was developing. I don't know. But I wonder if there's a part of Gostok that was hoping that one of the tarnished would eventually kill the Lord, right? Even though I guess that kind of ruins his business plan, right? If the castle sort of loses, like if people don't, well, I mean, I guess people will always come to try and raid a castle and try to pillage it, right? Even if the Lord's dead, maybe even more so, actually. I don't know. Let's have a conversation with him and see what he thinks. Thinking about you sorting your notes makes me want to fire up Factorio for some reason. I'm never installing Factorio ever again. That game was bad for me. I only played it one day. And I played 20 hours or something in a row. I'm pretty sure I had to stand up a few times to go to the toilet, but I don't remember. I don't think I made food for 20 hours. And then I was like, this game is dangerous for me. I'm gonna uninstall it and never play it again. I did. I do kind of want to play Satisfactory though. Satisfactory looks cool. It looks a little less intense. But maybe that's Maybe that's wrong perspective because it looks a little more colorful and, you know. Yeah, we'll see. Started playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Yeah, Rogue Trader, I was really into it for like 10, 15 hours, and then I started getting annoyed by it. I think the problem with Rogue Trader is the amount of leveling up you do. It felt like every fucking fight I had to level up after. And the level up process was very tedious, I found. Yeah, that was an issue for me. But the story was interesting, and the you know, the visuals were great, the system was fantastic. Satisfactory is a lot safer. Yeah. How are you today, Trooper? Thank you, Warren. That's a good thinking right there. Let me also put that in there. Join Discord if you haven't yet. Live notifications, blah blah blah. All the usual Discord stuff. You know what to do. Alright, let's see what good old Gostok wants here. If anything. That is a very sturdy corpse. Like, that corpse is not moving at all. Do you think the crown is like slightly compressing every time? And eventually it's gonna just watermelon the head? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Mopa. Yeah. Also, instead of stomping it, they should probably take the crown and sell it. I'm sure it has some value.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you.
You're welcome.
I tell you though,
I knew we'd get
what
along.
goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
An uglier countenance. I like that phrase. That word is very cool. Countenance. Oh, I can still buy shit from you. Hell yeah. New things, maybe? Question mark? Nope. What have you been doing all this time? Have you not been picking up stuff on people? What's up, Darstein? How are you doing?
Now, I suppose I'm free.
Yeah.
I can do whatever takes my fancy.
Why does he sound... Oh no.
Can I, mate?
Oh no. I can feel like super villain vibes coming out of the way he's talking and laughing right now. It would be so funny if we came back later and Gostok has now taken over the castle. Grafting fucking pieces of things to his body and all that. You created a monster? Yeah, I'm kind of worried about that.
Now, I can do whatever takes my fancy.
Look, listen to this!
Can I?
Tell me this guy is not gonna be a villain. Hold on. I need to take a note there. Oh my god, those notes! They're unmanageable. Sounded sort of evil there after Godric's death. Alright, so I guess he doesn't have anything else to say. Okay. So we have a couple of options there. I think I'm gonna first see where that goes. And then... Because maybe... Okay, if that, you know, somehow reconnects to this, then I can use the shortcut to get to the tower. But we do have to go to the tower eventually. I love that Gostok is still considered over there on the map. I wonder if I go... Is that a hint to something? Like, what if that's a hint? That there's maybe two of them or something. I don't think so. That would be weird. I kind of have to go back to the entrance at some point and see if... Well, maybe when we get to when we go towards the tower, we'll just take a little detour and see if he's still at the door. And if he has other things to say over there. Interesting that there's a bunch of graveyards here. Or a bunch of grave stones, sorry. Are those gravestones for all the people who died in the castle? Like what? I wonder what the deal is. Is that what you would, how you would typically organize a castle? Have like a courtyard with a bunch of gravestones around the keep? That seems a little strange. I don't know. If that is even a keep, could that be something else? Like a... I mean, it looks like the keep of the castle, but... let's have Captain Dax. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with the many gravestones here. I'm sure plenty of people died in this place over time, so... But... I don't think those are the people that Godric grafted. I will say that. I don't think he gives that much ceremony to... Most of the time he's just burning them in the kitchen area we found. The Fufucks. Or sends them down to that little, like, sewer area, right? All the skeletons we've seen down there were probably part of it. Look at that fucking dragon corpse, though. That thing is impaled on a statue. How fucking metal is that? I wonder what happened. How the dragon ended up being impaled on the statue. I mean, it is a pointy statue, I will say. Yeah, Godric's dead, yeah. He's being stomped on by good old Gostock right now. Yeah, kudos to the statue engineer. I don't know, maybe they killed the dragon separately and then they impaled it, like a, you know, as a trophy kind of thing. I don't know. Aviation accident? Yeah, I'm really curious what happened here. Also, I'm looking at this, right? And I mentioned that yesterday, but those look like claw marks, right? As if dragons once attacked Stormvale. We haven't... I don't think I've uncovered any lore about that, like what potentially could have happened at Stormvale. We know there's been like a change of rulers and the crests have changed over the years, and... But we haven't really heard anything about like dragons potentially attacking the place, I don't think. Because those look like big dragon claw marks, of course. And that would explain all the destroyed ramparts and all that, but yeah, I don't know. Also, dragons are very feathery, apparently, in Elden Ring. Interesting to note. Did you ever see what Godric dropped? Yeah, we still need to read the lore on that. That's part of the plan for today. I just didn't want to read it at the end of the stream yesterday because I felt like it could send me into a long lore session. It's the thing with the dinosaurs all over again. Yeah, dragons are just birds. Very cool design for a dragon though. I love it. How accepted is the feathery dino stuff? I think it is. I think it's pretty much... Yeah, I think that's the prevalent theory right now, is that dinosaurs were the ancestors of the birds. I don't know. I don't follow the thing very closely, but last I checked, I think it was like the prevalent theory at this point. I think it's like the most people think that, yeah, a lot of dinosaurs had feathers. Not all of them, but like the, you know, like the raptors and all that. Yeah. The more bird-like ones. It fits with a lot of other puzzle pieces, yeah. Yeah, it sort of explained a lot of things. Yeah, this boss, that's interesting, Trim, because It is a pretty, you know, I was talking about like non-flat boss surfaces in the past when we were fighting Kindred and all that. This one's very not flat. It didn't affect the fight too much, it didn't feel like. But maybe that's what, because I killed him pretty fast, so I didn't have to deal with all the bullshit, but... It felt like a nicely... It feels like a nice, complex boss arena that still does not affect the fight too negatively, which I think is cool. You know? Because you always have a little compromise between a boss arena that feels good for a fight and that looks cool, right? This one sort of hit the middle ground very well. 1 second. Notes back up. There we go. They have recovered imprints of dinosaur skins and the feathers. Question is how consistently across species in millions of years. Yeah, that's another big thing about dinosaurs, right? Like, the dinosaurs existed for so long that, like, there were so many different eras of... And we just look at it now with, you know, we're so far removed from them that something that happened over hundreds and thousands of years, maybe more, feels like one part of history, right? When obviously it isn't like that very much. All right, let's see. Godric's Great Rune, devoid of any benediction, and the remembrance of the grafted. Take the power of its namesake via a finger reader. Oh. The Great Rune of the Shardbearer Godric, devoid of any benediction. Seek the Divine Tower of Limgrave, which stands beyond the Great Bridge from Stormvale Castle. Well, okay. Not a lot of lore there. Remembrance of Godric the Wait. Oh, okay. Remembrance of Godric the Grafted. Hewn into the Erdtree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. Oh, it's like the boss souls, basically. Sure. What's up, Make It Please? How are you doing today? A feeble man sought power through the grotesque act of grafting. One day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold. Okay, not a lot of lore revelations there. Only things we kind of figured out, right? He was a weak, cowardly man. Probably felt like he was putting shame to his family or something. Through grafting, tried to become more powerful and, well, turned sort of crazy as a result. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Okay. Finger reader crone. I don't know. Maybe that's connected. Let's see. Oh, what's up, a facehugger? How are you doing today? Hewn. What does hewn mean? Hewn. Okay. Basically sculpted into something. Right. I get that. Huh? Been blasting Division 2 again. I never played any of the Division games. Could be the best Ubisoft game. Okay. Alright, can we get in here? We can. Alright. Oh. That is the throne room. And I just saw the little icon on the left. This is a sacred place. You can't use your items there. Your weapons. Interesting. What's up, Gagage? It's fascinating. Cool looking throne though. I wonder, okay, you can see like, I'm assuming that's a representation of the Erdtree, and there's a crown at the top. I think that's a crown, right? Represents the royalty or whatever. Are those old members of like the royal lineage or something? Like it's like a, almost like a, what do you call that? Like an ancestry tree type thing? Genealogical tree or something? Hmm. The last crown seems like a tram card. Yeah, a little bit. That's true. Yeah, like literally a family tree, right? With the members of the royal family on it, maybe. Hmm. God, I really wish we could keep the torch while we're inspecting things. Like, even the light of the... This is so annoying that the light disappears. Hmm. People praying, bringing things to a woman? Hmm. Oh. I don't know what's that about. Could be something about bringing like offerings to priestess of some kind, or maybe the, what was the name, like Queen Marika? But I would assume those things are more ancient than that. Well, maybe not actually. I don't know. We don't have a clear timeline of when things happened. And then this. Ooh, okay. That is the Beast Regent, right? And who I'm assuming to be Godfrey. We have a few notes that connect the whole idea of like the Beast Regent and that era of Stormvale to Godfrey. Interesting to notice that his axe is complete there. And if you look at some of the paintings we found, namely this one, right, which has the, again, that has the Beast Regent. I really wish there was a way to have the things appear on top. Actually, bring to front. Bam! There we go. That actually is the thing you can do. Bring to front. Bam. You can see that the axe is broken here. The statue has an intact axe. An interesting detail, I think. I don't know why exactly, but it indicates that the painting it happened later than the... God damn it, this is not ideal. Oh my god. This is when we're, you know, we're getting to the limits of Scalpel as a software sometimes. I don't understand why it's doing that. Moving a picture in Word, yeah, typically it works better, but I don't know why it's like kind of bugging right now. So anyway, intact axe, very cool set of armor, love it. And the beast regent, always the symbol associated with Godfrey, right? How are you, strange pies, Indern? Good to see you guys today. Okay, there's 2 paths. I'm gonna go this one first. I feel like this one has the highest chance of connecting to... I hear footsteps. Suffering the curse of consciousness, other than that, doing good. Oh yeah. Sorry about your consciousness. Ah, shit. Where's this going? Oh boy. We're not done, are we? There's more to this castle than what we've seen. This is pretty well lit, so let's get the shield. Okay. Is that a committal jump? Yeah, there's no ladder. Oh. Oh, never mind, there's a ladder. Okay, cool. Where does this lead? Okay. Come on, one of these walls has to be a fucking secret wall. It has to. Come on. How is that? Look at this! I'm getting very upset every time because it looks like a secret wall. There's an arch around it. What's the point of an arch if the thing's not gonna be open? Look! Open! Arch! Arches are pretty. Fuck that! Give me my secret walls. I haven't found a single one yet. I'm starting to think they don't exist. Okay, before I go down here, let me check the other side then. Not a single secret wall. Nope. I'm legitimately starting to think they just don't exist in this game. What's up, Deadwell? It's fine. It's fine. Huh. This room goes nowhere. That is strange. I guess they like the symmetry, maybe? What's up, Brainy? Yeah, that's weird. So, okay, one thing that I'm noting is we have a non-attack pact thing on right now, right? The same, like, protection of the Erdtree or the round table hold, sorry. Which makes me think that maybe this place is supposed to have NPCs eventually, like a sort of, it's almost like a little hub, right? Maybe you get like little hubs in the world instead of just having like the round table, and from there you can, you know. And so maybe there's gonna be like, it's like the chapel in Bloodborne, right? Like you have like an in-game sort of little hub on top of the Hunter's Dream. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe people will eventually populate this place now that we've cleared out the castle. Should I level up? Do I have enough things to level up? I could, but it would... The MLP Rob, how are you doing today? Okay, hold on. Let me explore down there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, this leads outside. Oh my god, we've crossed Stormvale officially. That is so cool, by the way. I love this. You know what this reminds me of, weirdly? Stray. If you know, you know. I'm not gonna talk in details about it because spoilers, but this thing, just that screen, reminds me of Stray. Almost like the exact frame and sort of like, you know, vibe and everything. I can see it, yeah. Stray was such a fun game. I loved it. I had very low expectations for Stray. I expected a nice little game. And I got a fantastic, beautiful vibes, story, world, music. Ah, what a game. Loved it. Except nice. Yeah, Stray by far exceeded my expectations. I agree with that. Pick up item. Shabriri Grape. I mean, that looks like an eye, if you ask me, but... Is that another talisman? Like the scar seals? Nope. Yellowing oozing eyeball of the infirm. A yellowing oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy. How would you know? Not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. I bet it's juicy. I bet that thing is juicy if you bite into it. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. If you put it on a pizza, yeah. Can we see a playthrough of that somewhere? YouTube, I think, Lager? I think it's on YouTube. Yeah, it's a short one too, but so much vibe to it. There were such good spots to just lay down with the cat and just chill. Eyeball pizza. Yeah, the description is very gross. I love it. The blind maiden. I don't think Heartbroken Maiden was blind, right? Perfect gift for a maiden. I understand the deletion, Nasrallah. Good thinking, but we already read that thing earlier. So. In this case, fair game. But I appreciate the work. Good looking out. You know, the most disgusting part of this, the drawing is the little peeling on the edges. That's the disgusting part about it. What are we peeling off exactly? I don't know. Reminds me of Bloodborne. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a Bloodborne vibe, right? Do some of those things, for sure. LASIK surgery gone wrong. Oh, man. How do you guys feel about LASIK surgery? I don't think I would consider it, because my vision is not that terrible, right? I can just put in my contacts in the morning and I don't have to think about it for the entire day. But if it gets to a point one day where I can't wear contacts anymore, I'm definitely going to be considering surgery, I think. But I hear so many like horror stories. But like it's one of those things where, yeah, that's the thing, Strange Pie. All the people I actually know who got it only good things to say about it. But then you have those horror stories, right? And it's like, you know, I understand that every surgery has risks, right? But, you know, it feels like losing your eyesight is a pretty big fucking risk. I don't know. I imagine it's got a nice pub like a cherry tomato. Okay, Spiked Floor. Who read Spiked Floor message there, or even Spiked Floor yourself, and thought of Denethor? Was that his name? Denethor eating that grape cherry in Lord of the Rings. That one scene, for some reason, is engraved in my mind. It's legitimately the image of the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy that I remember the most. I don't fucking know why. That little cherry tomato, like just sort of, I think it's a cherry tomato, right? Or it's a grape, I'm not sure. But like, you know, just all the juices exploding out of it and the sounds and everything. How many takes did that take? I don't know. Oh my god, there's an emote. Yes. Look at this. I really love that scene. I think it's incredible directing. Because it really sort of shows like the restlessness and the sort of, you know, it shows how off the character is, I think. Which is weird because, you know, he's just eating a fucking tomato, but there, I don't know. There's something about it that's unsettling a little bit, you know? Yeah. Fantastic scene. A buddy who didn't do it on the cheap said he can barely drive at night now. I had LASIK, it was fine. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's one of those things, right? Like you either get very unlucky or like most people, you're fine, right? But I guess the unlucky stories are obviously meaningful. All right, what does this thing have to say? Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please take my great... Okay, hold on. This took a very different turn than what I was thinking. Hey, yo, yeah, I mean, jeez. Excuse me, sir? I know. It seems a little forward. With permission, you know? Darkly worked at an ophthalmologist many years, said she would never get it done. Yeah, I mean, I guess she's in a prime position to see all the horror stories, right? I mean, I guess also probably... I mean, I don't know how long ago was that, but I'm assuming... maybe she's still doing that? Again, I don't know. Not long, okay. I was wondering maybe, like, you know, if potentially the surgery got safer or the tech got better, but... The only person... Well, one of the most... prominent person I knew that did it was my dad. My dad did that and he loved it. But my dad had also like terrible eyesight, like really, really bad. So for him it was a good bet, I guess. And he was very happy with it. Yeah. He was very, very happy with the results. But yeah, I don't know. Hey, hopefully by the time I can't wear contacts anymore or whatever, you know, maybe the technology and the procedures will be safer. Probably done by AI or whatever. Chat GPT, please fix my eyesight. Stand still. Okay. How are you, Goal? Risk versus reward thing? I guess so, yeah. That's true, Tixar. That's true. Have to order more contacts, not cheap, adds up every year. My insurance thankfully covers them. I'm very happy with that. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please take my grapes. Okay, nothing worthy of taking notes here. We have this, which basically says the same thing. So the spirit, that the person who died here, literally, like, my understanding is that person went crazy for that maiden and literally removed their eyes, their eyeballs, to give them to the maiden. That's what I'm thinking happened here, which is insane. You know? Now, my question is, what the fuck is up with the mushrooms? That's kind of a weird detail, isn't it? Are people getting high on shrooms and then removing their eyes? Is that what's happening here? Toxic mushrooms, you know? I don't expect it to be the case, but I'm just saying it out loud just in case it, you know, if it happens to be true, I'll look like a genius. Miyazaki warns, yeah. I mean, we did find some mushrooms, right? We do have mushies, I think. Toxic mushrooms, melted mushrooms. Effective against scarlet rot. Thick, spongy flesh makes it a key component in throwing pots. Well, I think we've officially, if we go there, we officially crossed Stormvale Castle. Oh. There's 2 Gostoks on my map. I'm not crazy. Quantum Gostoks, yeah, that's crazy. The seams are showing. Unless it's a hint, right? Like that there maybe there's 2 of them. Nah, probably not, right? That would be weird, but... Alright, let's see. Oh my god. Look at that framing! That is some serious shit. Oh. So much for that. That's funny. There it is. Little, you know, little tech hiccup. That is beautiful though, like the coming out of this and having the trees around and... What a vibe. Well, it's not a very beautiful day. What time of the day is it? Oh, it's dusk. Okay. A little cloudy, yeah. Could have been better for the view. Liurnia of the Lakes. Okay. Unfortunate timing. It's fine. Let's, Oh. Oh. Hello. Would you happen to be a blind maiden by any chance with your bandage over your eyes? The game didn't make us wait very long for that one, huh? You might have a chance with this one. Wow. Thanks. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the Firekeeper in 3, right? With the thing over the eyes and the light hairs and all. Oh boy. Ma'am, do you want some eyeballs? Ma'am, please take my grapes. Is the way it was phrased, right? Is that blood, ma'am? Oh, it's starting to rain. This should get the fog down, right? Oh, it actually does, dude. Oh! Okay, hold on. I don't care about the lady right now. That was insane. Also, the sky looks fucking amazing. This is like that Tekken story all over again. Wait, what Tekken story? Oh, with the... She's fine, she's right there. She'll wait. Dude, look at this shit, though. I just love that it started raining, and my instinct is like, oh, in real life, when it rains, usually the you know, the fog clears, right? And that it actually happened in the game as well is such a cool detail. I love that. There's so many things to see. That landscape looks very broken, like very I don't know what word I'm trying to find, but a lot of broken spaces there. And then we have a tower here. This seems to be the capital. Yep. The location checks out. That weird mountain we've seen in the past with like the spikes and all that. This, which I'm assuming is the academy, right? Hogwarts. Fucking sitting there in the middle. Beautiful. That forest down there looks scary and very large. And then a cliff with a sort of cathedral or a church on top of it. Again, like very broken landscape. Jagged, yeah, I don't know. Very cool though. This looks interesting. If a little overwhelming to think of another huge area like Limgrave or Caelid to explore fully. We even have we haven't even explored Caelid fully, right? Limgrave and the Weeping Peninsula are the only two areas we've really explored. I don't know, there's something about having a giant open world area like that opening up that is very overwhelming to me. But we'll take it one little thing at a time, you know? One little location at a time and break it up in smaller parts, and eventually we'll have seen everything, right? But yeah, this is overwhelming city right now. When the, you know, things open up and you're like, oh god, I'm gonna have to walk every little corner of this gigantic landscape. Anyway, let's talk to the lady, shall we?
Hello? Is someone there?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Hayata. and I'm journeying in search of the distant light.
Well,
If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me?
oh,
My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next.
oh my
But
god.
when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden.
Sure. You know what? I'm sorry, lady. I didn't listen to anything you were. Oh my god! What is happening? The background's getting better every fucking second. Holy shit, dude. This is like proper. If I go away, am I gonna be able to trigger the hold on.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. I can walk away and start the conversation again. Nice. I'm sorry, but this is proper magical. Oh, there's a fucking tree there. Oh my god, this looks so good. Oh! Holy. I mean, we've seen the moon already, but there's something about this sort of like the vibe here that makes it feel brighter. Dude, this looks so fucking good. Oh, it's getting a little misty again. This is probably one of the best looking sky... Like, this game probably has some of the best looking skyboxes I've ever seen in a game. There's just something about them, I don't know. But yeah, that looked really fucking good for a second there. Anyway, back to the lady. Sorry. What's her name? Hayeda again?
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
Okay. She introduced herself earlier, but I unfortunately I'm an idiot and I didn't take note. I didn't start the conversation completely. So let me bring down the notes, and I'm going to use the Steam overlay to listen to that conversation. My name is Hayera, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light, is what she says. Hayeta. Blind Maiden? Pilgrimage in search of a distant light, it says. And her eyesight has been weak since birth, and she can't tell which way she's supposed to go. When she eats the Shabriri grapes, she sees a faint light in the back of her eyes. That is weird. I'm starting to think those grapes are, you know, kind of do the same thing as drugs, right? She's hallucinating the light is what's happening. She's just taking drugs. I'm telling you, those people... okay, here's my big theory. That's why the mushrooms around the thing, around the spirit we saw earlier. People ate fucking psychedelic mushrooms, which leads them to be completely, you know, intoxicated, remove their own eyes, give them to a woman. And their you know, body is completely taken over by the substances. And so when she eats those grapes, she's getting part of that psychedelic in her own body. And she hallucinates seeing the light. I'm thinking this is all a big fucking drug-fueled illusion. That's my theory right now. Not really, but I'm gonna, you know, if it pans out that way, I'm gonna look like a genius. What else? She thinks it will lead her to her true duty as a finger maiden. So she wants to become a finger maiden. Hey, I mean, I don't have a maiden myself. I have like a strange girl that helps me, but she's not really a maiden, so... I'm always in search of a maiden, you know, that's the whole game. Searching for my maiden out there. And let's give her...
Hello? Is someone there?
Let's give her a grape.
Would you donate any strawberry grape? I'm on a pilgrim when I eat.
Yep. There you go. Here's a grape.
Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
Oh, as you wish. I was sort of... I was thinking it would... I was hoping for more.
You are most kind indeed.
Yeah.
May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
And on you too. Yeah, I don't know. I was expecting something a little... I don't know. Lake facing cliffs. Lightseeker Hayeda. Oh, what a name. Lightseeker Hayeda. I like that. Let me add that to my note. Did I miss anything good? Not really. We've been exploring a little bit of the, like, the rest of the inside of the cat. No, you didn't miss anything. Honestly. What's up, Emmy? I don't think we did anything notable. We just basically crossed the thing to get outside. I still need to get to the tower, and I need to check up on Gostock, because I'm not sure what's happening here. I still have to find this. I'm thinking maybe the side here. I don't know. Right. Sit down. I do want to pass the time and try to get a maybe morning view? See how it looks? Oh, it's raining too. Okay. Well, it's not great. With the rain and everything. I mean, it looks good. I was just hoping for a clearer view or something. Oh. Oh, it's Buck! I forgot about that nerd! I completely forgot about that nerd. It's been so long. Holy shit, it's been like a month. It's legitimately been a month. What's up, Puka Bear? How are you, Emmy, today, by the way? Chance? We found a way to some of it, Chance. We found a way to, like, this part of it that led us to the elevator. There's still one place we haven't found an access to. Yeah. Yeah, it's been so long. How are you, little guy? Yeah, I didn't notice him. I don't know if he was there before, but if he was, I definitely didn't see him.
Good to see you, Master.
Yeah, good to see you, little nerd.
Remember me? Bok, the demi-human.
I do remember you.
You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle.
Yes.
Please,
Thank you for
Master,
reminding me.
Allow me to serve you as your seamster.
Sure.
I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
Can I not already do that myself? Alter garments. I'm pretty sure I can do that myself, Buck, but thank you. Thank you, Buck. Don't tell me.
Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself?
I do indeed.
I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible,
Oh.
please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
Okay, this is interesting. Because obviously, you know, again, pretty good writing from the game there. Because I was just mentioning how I can do that shit myself. And he's like, oh, well, you know, if you would let me do it, that would be great. I wonder now if I need to do some of it with him to sort of move his quest forward or something, right? This is interesting. Also, can I revert them? Okay, let's try with a commoner simple garb. And I can make it normal again. Okay, fair enough. Cool, and this cost nothing. Great.
Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Thank you, Buck. What a nice lad.
Bok the seamster at your service, Master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
I wish this alteration of garments was a little more elaborate than this, right? I don't know exactly what I mean by that. I don't know exactly, but yeah. Maybe it'll become a little more interesting later. We'll see. Let's see the difference with me doing it. Okay, when I do it, it costs something. You can tell, 500 runes down there. Okay, so there is a benefit of, you know, for Buck doing it. So that's good. Which seems very unfair, by the way. If I'm doing it, I need to pay. But if I'm hiring someone else to do it, it's free? Yeah, truly slave employee acquired. Oh, by the way, that reminds me. Oh my god. Okay. Unrelated to anything Elden Ring. I saw a news story yesterday. I don't know how exactly accurate it is or whatever, but I saw a news story yesterday. There was this AI, a smallish AI company focused on making, like, on creating software for consumers, right? Like, consumers have ideas. They're like, oh, I want an app that can do that. And there was an AI service, like a company that was using AI to basically create apps out of your ideas super fast, right? And you could just pay and, you know, you could get your app made for you based on your ideas thanks to the help of AI. You know, service for people who want to make apps but don't know how. Fair enough. Company was valued at $1.8 billion. So, you know, small-ish, but, you know, still pretty good valuation, right? They have to file for bankruptcy now. And you know why? They discovered there was no AI involved. It was just 700 Indian engineers. 700 Indian engineers that was just doing all the work themselves. So, obviously there's a little, you know, a funny aspect to this. Like, oh, geez, it's just like 3 raccoons in a trench coat, right? But here's what actually made me stop for a second. It's like, if you think about it, the company was valued at almost $2 billion until they learned it was actually humans doing the work, and then suddenly it's worth nothing. And that fucking broke my heart when I thought about it. When I thought about that, I was like, I hate this world. I do not want to live in it anymore. As soon as they realize it's humans doing the work, it is worth nothing. Which I think is crazy. And I understand there's a little more implications there, right? Obviously, you know, it's the deception, it's the lies, and it's, you know, it's the fact that an AI algorithm basically can scale to infinity for no cost or whatever. I understand that there's more implications to this than just... But if you boil it down to the idea that, you know, the work suddenly is worth nothing because it's humans doing it, it's just... It makes me so sad. But anyway. Hilarious probably actually produced higher quality product than AI would have. Most likely, yeah. I guess the problem again is that it probably doesn't scale very well, right? Because, well, you need more people and that increases the amount of issues and blah blah blah. And let's be honest, those 700 engineers probably weren't working in the best of conditions. So suddenly if the company becomes like more higher profile and starts, you know, getting on like the open market and becoming a public company, there's like requirements for a certain standard of for the employees, right? And suddenly 700 employees, that's a lot to manage, and that obviously devalues the company. I understand the logic behind it, but just on like a surface level, the thought of, you know, oh no, it's actually humans, cancel everything, it's so scary to me. But one day an Indian will have 700 AIs working for him. These Indians are just born too soon. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've only read the headlines and a little bit of like the you know, the summary of the article. So don't quote me on the details of what exactly happened, but it sounds like there was some serious, you know, grift happening. And okay, now we have a good fucking shot. Holy crap. Oh, there's never jail there. Huh. Any similarities to the dot-com bubble are purely coincidental, nothing to see here. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. If the AI bubble pops one day, get ready for the fucking crash, because holy crap, the entire economy is gonna shake. Man, this place looks so fucking cool. I can't wait to go there. Yeah, I'm not seeing any enemies for now. Well, I mean, never mind. Alright. Anyway. What is attracting your attention most in this landscape? Honestly, all of it. Like, all of it is fucking interesting. I can see like some small ruins down there in the forest. This looks a lot like the Mistwoods from a distance, which I think is interesting. The broken up landscapes and those holes here and there, and down there too. There seems to be like broken cliffs and all that. It's all very interesting. Obviously, the academy is a prominent feature. Excited to see more about that. There's this, we mentioned that in the past, but in those like weird spiky mountains, there's like a castle I'm excited to one day get to. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like an interesting area. From up here, it seems somewhat similar to Limgrave. Like in the colors, like there's some green and there's some cliffs and a little bit more broken up maybe, but we'll see when we're actually in the thick of it. Maybe it looks similar from a distance. Okay, so I have two things to do here. One of them is going around here to see if we can connect to that thing we saw before we engage Stormveil, and also down here to see if it connects to that, which I think is what I'm gonna do right now. I do want to check if I can connect to that side of the castle, because if I can't, we're going back in. We have to go back in anyway for the tower. But I want to solve that last little part of the castle we haven't been able to explore before moving forward, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Graveyard there. And a church. Yankthar, that's, yeah. I mean, ultimately, there's so many layers to this, right? Stories like that. Oh. Another NPC. Jesus. NPC galore. I think one of the elements of this story, which always makes me sad, and it connects back to the, you know, all those like scams centers and all that, right? That are, you know, very often ran by Indian companies and hiring Indian people, is that the work condition and the situation in India is so bad that unfortunately these people will take very little paying jobs, and therefore become more viable than hiring even running things on computers, right? Like, that's the AI thing. It becomes cheaper for them to have 700 employees rather than actually automating the whole thing. And that to me like speaks volumes to like the catastrophe of the state of the economy and the work, you know, environments, and how just, yeah, terrible the situation is over there. And that makes me kind of sad. What's up, fish boy? How are you doing today? And obviously, you know, another aspect of this, which is very sad, is that then it leads to all the obviously, you know, all the mindless racism that the country over there gets because of those things, which, you know, it like contributes to that sort of stereotypical racism that consistently gets brought up. And I think that's very sad. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is we're not getting there from here. Shit. Well, I was wrong. You do not get to that place from outside. They seem to have an immense population in a small area, which has to be hell. Yeah, of course. Left over for colonialism. Alright, let's see. Little boy Buck doesn't want to move, huh?
Buck, the seamster, ready to make a...
Okay. Oh, fair enough. Stay here. Alright, how do I do this? Oh, what is that? Crystal Bud. Am I the only one who thinks that sounds like a drug? A young plant crystallized before it could mature. Used for crafting. Widely found in Liurnia Lake. Okay. Widely found. Yo, Mr. White! Crystal meth? No, but bud is a, like, people call, like, weed bud, right? It's a cryptic. So it sort of... Yeah, so, like, a crystal bud could be a variety of some kind. Oh, wait, hold on. I think this leads to the bridge down there. That's the road, right? This is this road, which leads to the bridge. Ugh, I'm not gonna go all the way. Hold on. only old people like us still use it. Yeah. I mean, I've never smoked weed, so I had brownies once. That's the extent of my drug use. Sorry, dog. He wasn't even able to finish howling. Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm stuck. Holy jeez. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? We good? Your stamina bar is hilarious. I think it only looks hilarious because my health bar is very small. Sorry, my health bar is a perfectly average size. But yeah, my stamina bar in comparison looks pretty big. That's true. But also it depletes extremely fast when I'm getting hit by big creatures, so... Does that lead me all the way back? Does that mean I could have completely... I think this means I could have completely avoided Stormvale. I was right when I saw that little passage on the side of the bridge. I could have completely avoided Stormvale, which I think is insane. I mean, I'm assuming you have to go there eventually because you need to get the like the goal of the games to get the runes, right? So but yeah, it's interesting that you're free to go around and basically do things in any order. Warren, thank you for gifting a subscription to It's Ray Rune. I appreciate that, Warren. Thank you. 551. Big number. Thank you, thank you. And Ray Rune, you will be remembered, as we say around here. Thank you, Warren. I'm really worried about missing like potentially a dungeon on the side of the cliff. You know what? I'll pay attention when I go downward, and then I'll probably make the trip back upward. I don't know actually. Maybe not, because I need to get inside the castle. Ugh. I mean, I don't think I'm missing anything. Unless one of those walls is fake, but... God, the thought of that. Oh, the music changed. Does that mean we're officially back in Limgrave? How are you, Colette? Good to see you today. This cliffside is amazing, by the way. This is really fucking cool. I feel like I'm in Scotland. Exploring the sides of an island or something. I don't know, Mark. Any places in Scotland near you that look like that? Oh, I hear a bug. I hear a bug. It's down there. Okay. I'm okay. Okay. Okay is better than not. As you can see, the hero marked the walls and rocks with notches. The scholars believe it was to avoid getting lost. Yeah, you can follow my travels in the lands between by the marks on the walls where I poked to see if there was a hidden wall. That's a funny thought. Yeah, totally to avoid getting lost, for sure. I need a sound effect every time I hit a wall that goes like, oh. Just to really drive home the, you know, the humiliation of me still not finding one. Okay. And that can... Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. I don't think I can jump back up there. This is a committal one-way jump. Huh, that's interesting. This is... well, I mean... maybe Torrent? Let's see. I think Torrent can maybe get to the ledge. That's the other side of the bridge, and there's one of those big... wagons. The tuba riff sound. Or the storm wall. Okay. I'm not saying I intentionally avoided Stormvale the first time I went this way, but I totally did. That's funny. I like that though. I like that, you know, everyone's experience can be so different because of things like that. It's a cool thing. Storm wall. Swing the shield to create a wall of storm winds in front of you. Deflecting arrows and other such physical projectiles can also be used the same way as a regular parry. Cool. Sounds fun. There's no way I'm supposed to, like, be able to land on those ledges and find anything, is it? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Can Torrent... Ugh. Is there any way for me to die there? I don't think so. Oh! Okay. Hold up. We got this. Yeah. Good cow, Torrent. Good cow. Yeah, this is really cool. I really like the fact that there's a whole passage there. That's neat. Hello.
Your thing.
Sure.
Head to the traverse and
Okay, she's saying the same thing as before. I was curious because of it said that I needed to bring this to a finger reader, right? But different finger reader, I guess. So now what do I do? Oh shit, Gustok's not down there anymore. Now he doesn't show up down there anymore. He only shows up here. Oh, that's unfair. Also notable, the Hyena disappeared. I need to... Wait, hold on. I want to go to that shack real quick. Oh no. What is this? A golden seed. So there used to be the heartbroken maiden used to be here, right? She left the flowers behind. I wanted to bring her this back, but where is it? I found that, right? I wanted to bring that to her, but she's not here anymore. That's unfortunate. I wonder if that's the normal way this goes, or if I unintentionally broke something. Maybe the game wanted me to come here earlier and give it to her instead of phrasing, instead of you know, getting to Liurnia first. I don't know. What's up, Krusty? What's up, Half Ghoul? How are you doing today? Let's, okay, well, I'm here now, so I guess I'm just gonna enter Stormvale by the main gate again. Also, reminder that next time I stop, I need to check the weather and open my window. It's getting very warm. Oh my god, everyone's coming after me. Holy Jesus! Oh, fuck. Fuck! Bye! Oh. Oh! There's a thing that prevents Torin from getting in there. Oh, that's what those lines are. I think I saw them at the entrance of a dungeon in the past and I wasn't sure what it was. It's like a torrent protection system. You're not allowed to get in here with your horse. Torrent protection system, yeah, TPS. Okay. Just gonna go open my window, I think. What's the weather like? Ugh. Of course it's raining. Why wouldn't it? I'm still gonna open the window though. Alright, I'll be right back. Window time. You guys know what it's like. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for being here. Alright, thank you for your patience. Fortunately, it's kind of raining, so I wasn't able to really open the window very much. Oh well. First window time of the season, is it where that it brings joy? Ah, rituals, you know, little traditions. They do bring joy. I like that. Great. What's up, Zimstang? How are you doing today? Sounds like an anti-piracy thing. Oh, you mean the torrent protection system? Yeah. That's true. Alright, so did anything change here? Not what we've... I mean, I still see the same enemies, right? So nothing seems to be very different. Is Gostok still here? Nope, that nerd's not here anymore. Okay, so we have a couple things to do before we actually make progress past Stormvale. One of those things is we need to get to the Divine Tower. This should be pretty easy. We've been there before. Second thing is we need to find how to get to this place, because clearly it's not from the outside, so it has to be from inside the castle somewhere. I'm gonna have to go to the lift side chamber and kind of observe around, I guess. And try to do like we did for the elevator and try to figure out where logically the location would be. Let's see. First things first, I do wanna... We've defeated a boss and everything, so I wonder if I want to go to the round table now to see if anything changed, because like we've defeated a boss, a major boss, or if I want to first go to the tower bridge. I'm always a little nervous with From Software and their quest systems and all that, that I'm gonna, you know, break something if I don't do things in the perfect order. So this open now. Oh! It is! Oh my god. Also, who's... Oh! That's her, isn't it? I think that's the Heartbroken Maiden. The Red Riding Hood. She's not dead! She moved the... Oh my god. I legit thought she ended up killing herself, and that's why you find like an item. You know, that's typically like the From Software sort of language. You find an item where the person died, right? Because they left their stuff behind or something. No, she's not dead. She's here. Oh, that's a relief, I guess.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
Saves the industry, breaks if played out of order.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know what, Dax, you know, obviously the From Software quest system is, you know, there's a lot of conversations to be had about how it works, right? I don't think it's necessarily a great way to do quests. But I do like that the quest sort of requires specific order of things, and that I do like the fact that not everyone's gonna see everything. Because things are gonna break, things are not gonna work out. So you're gonna get a very different sort of adventure than your neighbor, unless people, you know, unless you read everything online and just follow a guide, right? But if you play blind, right, you're gonna miss things, you're gonna break things, you're gonna just... And that's part of, I guess, what makes every journey unique. I don't mind that too much, I don't think. But I definitely like that better than having a journal that tells me exactly where I need to go every time. I will say. I understand that's a me-specific thing, but...
Ah, hello there. What can I do for you?
I'm also so incredibly, increasingly, sorry, excited to play Blueprints. I don't know why that game's been on my mind so much lately.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Liurnia. She's a servant to she's been my companion. I've lost count of the number, honestly.
Yep, still nothing new here. Always checking if the... Oh! What the fuck is that Rogier? What is going? Why does he have flies around him? Is he dead? Is this what's the name of that movie again? Weekend at Bernie's? Is that a Weekend at Bernie's situation? He's fine. He's fine. Okay, we'll hold on. We'll investigate that in a second. We have to investigate this as well. Up here. Oh my god, we're gonna be here forever. Coming back to the round table hold was not the play if I wanted to make progress in the castle. He's hiding his huge grapes. Sure. What's up, Zibstang? Thank you so much for the 35 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the resub. Zibstang, you will be remembered. I hope you're doing well. Glad you went back to the round table, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways I'm sort of like, the way I play the game, you know, I don't fast travel very much, so I don't like teleport back all the time to the round table, and I'm afraid I'm gonna miss things because of that, but oh, I guess it's the sacrifice for the immersion, you know. Hopefully, I'm still gonna try to go back every time I feel like I do I made some major progress in the game, right? Like beating a major boss or something. I think I'm always gonna try to come back to round table, and unless, you know, obviously if I find something super specific for a quest, right? Like if I find that Liurnia woman, I have to come back here and talk to the guy, right? Of course, but yeah, other than that, I'll just come back whenever I seem to have made like a significant milestone type progress. I wish there was an option to travel to the round table from a grace so you don't have to teleport through the map and lose immersion. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine. It's ultimately just a menu, right? But what I'm gonna do is I'm always gonna teleport back to the grace that I teleported from. That makes sense, and not break that sort of continuity until at least later in the game, where I'm just like trying to maybe complete things, right? But for now that we're still in the discovery part of the game, and maybe backtracking some areas can allow me to find more secrets and stuff that I may have missed. I'm not gonna teleport all over the place if I can avoid it.
Those eyes tell a story.
Oh, that's new.
Of a challenger who's felled his mark. Find them well. Now lay out your own.
He knows that I killed my mark. You know, that I killed a shard bearer. Great. I appreciate you, you. Okay, it doesn't really have anything. Do I have duplicates that I can sell? Yep. I'm still pissed that I didn't get that armor set yet, or the weapon, like the big axe. Kinda makes me want to farm that again a little bit, but it's always a thing with streaming, right? You don't want to just spend hours farming something on stream, because I mean, I'm saying that I don't think it's very interesting to watch, but then again, when people do it in their own games, I love watching. So maybe I'm worried for no reason. I love watching a good farm sesh. Okay, I think we're good with the duplicates. Yeah, it seems... What am I missing? I'm missing a smithing stones level 3, which I'm sure I'll find in Liurnia. Oh! What's up, Vashel? How are you doing? About Roderica? Who's that?
The girl you brought here. She's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade. But she has a gift for spirit tuning.
Oh.
I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
Interesting. So her name seems to be Roderica. And he saw one like her long ago. Did he talk to us about a woman at some point? Yeah, he did. Hold on. God, I'm gonna have to organize those notes soon. It's coming. Helps me forget the sheer terror of her. Talking about Roderica, mentioned he knew another spirit tuner with eyes sharing the same hue. I wonder if that's connected to the sheer terror of her, like you mentioned a her, like a woman. And Roderica, where's my notes about her? Heartbroken Maiden. Roderica. You told us she was a spirit tuner. Whatever that is. I think it's because people can talk while they're farming, not really focus on main goal. Yeah, sure. Sure. I get that. Did well. Watching people farming for stuff is like watching a video of a doctor doing operations on patients. Oh yeah, I guess I can see that, DJ, or like that guy that I'm watching lately, Mr. T on YouTube, who does like first-person 2-hour-long videos of his breakfast services when he's preparing breakfast for people. It's the same thing every time. It's just making eggs. But I love watching it. It's so satisfying. Also makes me very hungry every time, but that's another thing. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah, or watching like Dr. People Popper, you know, like getting those cysts out and everything. So satisfying.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Sure.
The blessing is... Would you like...
Yes, I would like to be held.
Now, come.
What are we gonna cry about today, Chad? I don't know.
You are so...
And then...
very well.
And then she ate the
And good day
fucking
to you,
eyeball.
my dear.
It was disgusting. I don't know, we haven't done very much since last time we were here. I don't have anything to cry about. I'll cry about the eyeball eating maiden. The birds were terrifying. Well, that was before, though. Mr. T makes me think of the boxer. Are you talking about what's the real name of that dude? Wait, is it Mr. T? Is Mr. T the actor? Yeah, the actor is Mr. T, right? His character was named differently in the A-Team, right? Barracus? Barracuda? Barracus? And then he was Clubber Lang in Rocky 3, right? Yeah. Yeah, so there's a YouTuber named Mr. T, because his name is Tibor, and he's a chef in a staff canteen in London, and it's really fun to watch. Yeah. All right, hey, I said once we're done with Stormvale and we defeat our first big boss, we're gonna adjust our appearance a little bit. So let's see what we can do here. That could be a nice progression, slightly longer hair, you know. We haven't been to the, you know, the hairdresser or anything. Slightly longer hair. White hairs. I'm adding just 5 points. Just 5 points. We'll increasingly add new white hair. over the course of the playthrough. We'll get a haircut at some point, Warren. It's fine. Fia will cut our hair or something at some point. It's okay. Alright, Facehugger. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. At this rate, it will match the rate we get white hair IRL. You really have no trust in me whatsoever, people. Do you? You people really think it's gonna take me that long, huh? Also, a little bit more dark circles around the eyes. Love that. I could add scars eventually or something, you know, a little something to mark the... Maybe after all the battles with the gut skin and all that, maybe a little mark to remember that fight would make sense a little bit. I don't know. You know, no. Okay, let me say this. If I ever have a fight that takes me like 10 days, like it goes past just the saga level of things, you know, that's when I put, if I then beat it, we add a scar or something as a like a you know, something to remember it. I think that's gonna be the plan. But for now, we'll keep the changes light, you know, light changes, not too much. Save to favorites. Yep. Ooh. I don't think I can go into like the tiny details. Oh, or is it face structure? Oh, it is. I don't think I can change anything about my neck though. My gamer neck's meant to stay. If 3 streams is a saga, is 10 streams an epic? I think we determined that an epic is shorter than a saga technically. We found a different name for 10 streams. What was it? There was a saga and then we found a name. There was a name we came up with for 10 streams fights. But I don't remember what it was. I don't think it was an epic though. Someone had a great idea. Someone mentioned like a thing that sounded really cool. An era, maybe? Wasn't it an era? I think it was era, yeah. Yeah. And then like the locations are always arcs, right? Like when we're in a certain location for a long period of time, that's an arc, a narrative arc. Like we had the, you know, we had the Weeping Peninsula arc, the Kaled arc, the Shifra River arc, you know. But yeah, the boss is a saga or it becomes an era when we're really like stuck on something for a long time. I think that all that makes sense. Anyway, I think this is good. Just slight changes, right? Like nothing too big. It's just a matter of feeling the change on the character slightly but surely. And it's not like we can really see it anyway, most of the time, so. Stream meta lore for new users will need to happen at some point. Yeah, at some point we need to make like a Google Doc or something that explains all the fucking lore and terminology of the stream. Or maybe it's like the Souls games. You stick around long enough and you eventually figure it out, and that's how you know you've been a part of it. You know? It needs to be earned, maybe. I don't know. What? Okay, that's interesting. The door's closed. Extra life to Daniel, man. So funny. Oh. Oh my god, everyone's here. This is a party. Offer a bell bearing. Oh, I don't have any. Okay. Oops. Well, let's start talking to people, I guess. Well, hold on. First of all, can I open this door or not? I can't. That is so interesting. Why am I getting...
You again?
Yep.
I thought you'd receive a summons to the round table. Nefeli Lu. We met at Stonevale.
I remember.
I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you.
Oh?
I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You were the one to defeat him, I would hazard.
Yep.
Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses.
Arsenal charm. Okay, good note. Good thing to note here is apparently, even though we haven't summoned her for the boss fight, well, we did, but we didn't win with her, right? We just wanted to see what she would do, and then we beat the boss fight without her. It still seems like it didn't break anything. She's still there, right? So, good thing to note. I wonder if the conversation would be different if we had defeated the boss together, though. An iron charm that resembles a massive weaponry. Boosts maximum equipment load. Oh, that can be really good. This talisman was derived from an unusual greatsword once wielded by a hero hungry for vengeance. Ah! I know what it is! It is this? A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the sword of an entire clan of warriors. A revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. Oath of vengeance, right? And it obviously inspired the arsenal, like with all the blades coming out of it and everything. That is really fucking cool. Just made the connection too. Yeah, that's also like one of the things why I love taking notes is I feel like it commits stuff to memory a little bit more. Although I'm sure when we're gonna go over the notes later when I need to organize them, I am sure we'll find plenty of stuff that I had forgotten. But if the sword was the throne from Game of Thrones, yeah, obviously it seems very Iron Throne inspired for sure. I mean, it does give a lot of equip load. Extra equip load, like 14 or something? That's crazy. 13. Well, technically 12.9. Okay. What a weird number. A crazy specific number. Maybe it's a percentage of your current equip load. Maybe that's why it's a vague number. I think that's it. Oh, yeah, it's probably 15%. Yeah, it's 15%, which is why it ends up being that. Cool. Yeah. It's probably 15% based on the number. No. That's pretty interesting. I mean, if I ever need extra load to be able to remain light, we'll definitely look into it. We also need to change our... I think we're gonna maybe adjust our set a little bit. Now that we're done with the Stormvale Godric arc of the story, I think I'm gonna just adjust my fashion a little bit, maybe. Am I gonna consider other weapons? I'm not sure.
Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Encher's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself.
That's your
Find
dad?
out his leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while.
The nerd is your dad? Well, she said foster.
It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Okay.
It's about time I headed off. I'll
Okay.
see you again.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Let me, the nerd. Nephili said he was the leader of the Round Table. And also, Ensha? Was it? Weird, edgy person guarding the study. And Nephili, where's Nephili? Nephili. Said, nerd was her foster father. She said father would approve her helping. I wonder if she meant real father or nerd guy. You get a chance to organize the notes? Not yet. Okay, so just to make sure I researched the terminology. A foster father is a person who acts as a parent or a guardian in place of the natural parents. Okay, so that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure my understanding of the vocabulary is correct there. It is not the biological father. His nerd is canon name? No, but he hasn't introduced himself, so... For now, that's what he is known as. Okay, I thought maybe that wouldn't, like, allow me to open the door, but... Oh, still not. Okay. Let me rest at the table for a second. If I rest at the table, does that reset the thing? Does that open the door? Nope. Is Nephili still here? Nope, she's gone. Okay, so just sitting at the table is enough to reset the hold. So she's gone now. I guess we'll see her again. As she said, if the fates so choose or whatever, you know. Okay, let me talk to her. Let me talk to you.
Greetings. Nice to see you again.
Sure.
My name is Roderick.
I thought you were dead.
I should have told you sooner.
Appreciate
Isn't
it.
this place impressive though? The Round Table hold, covert quarters of the Two Fingers, and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots, although it's all a bit much for me, in truth.
Yeah.
I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Tell her what the blacksmith said. Oh, that she was a spirit tuner. She doesn't know. Interesting.
You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first,
Come on, girl.
I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
Hugh.
Certainly he
Okay.
does appear intimidating and holds no love for us Tarnished. But I know he's trapped here at the Round Table hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all.
Okay. So, I wonder, maybe I need to talk to her again, but I wonder if I can give her this. Because, like, obviously, it says faint spirits are visible, right, around it. Which maybe she can hear, which means she would be attuned to the whole spirit tuning thing. Okay. I want to listen to what she said again. Regarding the round table hold. She's so, her voice is so like, I don't know, she sounds so sad all the time. Like, oh, this place is great, isn't it? But it's so much for me, you know. Okay, let me take some notes. So she says of the round table hold, I'm watching the replay on my Steam overlay right now, but she says of the round table hold, covered quarters of the two fingers and gathering place of champions who vie to become Elden Lord. So all of us here, all the Tarnished, were trying to become Elden Lords. Elden Lord, singular. This sounds like something that, you know, is gonna eventually come to a conflict. We all try to become Elden Lord, right? Whew. Sorry about that. I'm not yawning because I'm bored. I'm yawning because I'm tired. And I'm trying to make sense of it all. What's up, Bristlebutt? How are you doing today? Covered quarters of the two fingers. So the two fingers are hiding from something, it sounds like. But organizing those notes is gonna be hell. I don't even know where to start. I'm starting to think, oh my. I'm starting to, like, I'm trying to think of a solution. We'll see, we'll see. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Roderica said of round table hold that it was their covered quarters. What are they hiding from? I like it. She also says a line. I never knew the guidance bestowed upon us Tarnished had such fantastic roots. I like the usage of the word roots here, considering, you know, the tree and all that. There's an imagery there that's interesting. And then she says she's looking for a purpose, and then that, you know, I tell her that she's probably a spirit tuner. And she's like, oh, well, I should probably practice that. You should. Hold on. Roderica. Here. I told her that, and she said she should indeed hone that talent if it's the only one she has. Poor girl. I hope I really hope this ends with her becoming like a super powerful entity. You know, she thinks she's that useless person without talent. I would love if her character arc ended up being, you know, that she becomes that super powerful person. Completely major in the narrative.
I do have a talent for spirit tuning. And goodness knows that would be a surprise.
She's so
I
negative.
suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I?
Sure.
I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. I suppose
Okay.
I'll ask
Interesting that I'm not able to give her this, right? The memento. I would have. I figured, you know, I would have been like, hey, here's what I found from your friends.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. Okay. Bring the notes down. Steam overlay. Let's listen to that again. Yeah, that game is unrelenting with the lore right now. Like, I'm getting... This is overwhelming. I can't literally make 2 steps without the game dropping lore on my ass. So he's praying to some kind of divinity, right? He says, your divinity have mercy and grant me forgiveness. Okay, I need to actually write that down, word for word. Found him praying. Your divinity have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled, but one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika. Oh. Okay. Thoughts. Hold on. Thoughts. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. It seems like he's trying to kill a god. Who? I don't know. And he seems like he's doing it for Queen Marika. On the order of Queen Marika. He mentioned that smithing helps him forget the sheer terror of her. I'm now thinking that her may have been Queen Marika. He's afraid of her, right? Because she has that divine sort of aura and she gave him an order and maybe he's afraid of failing her or, you know. And it seems like he's supposed to kill a god? The road is yet long. Is that why he's smithing? Is he trying to craft a god slayer weapon of some kind? Let's go into the theories there. Is Hugh trying to craft a god-slaying weapon to take on the mission given to him by Queen Marika of killing a god? Who? Question mark? That is really interesting. Why is he asking for forgiveness though? Because he hasn't finished doing it yet? Have mercy, grant me forgiveness. The road is long, a god is not so easily felled. Like he's taking too long to do it, and so he's asking for forgiveness. Why? Like we know he's a prisoner of this place. He can't leave, right? That's sort of one of the first things that was mentioned. Is he supposed to stay here until he can accomplish that goal and then he can leave? That is so interesting. Look at him. I want to talk to him, see what happens.
You, is it? I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms.
About prayer.
Those words were not meant for you. I may be prisoner to you, tarnished lot, but my prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say.
Fair enough.
I'll be more careful too.
I respect your boundaries, sir. So it seems that I was not supposed to hear that, right? Like that is his own thing. Okay, I'll take a brief note about that though. When asked about it, said it was none of my business. I guess is the gist of it, right? And said he was going to be more careful about it, which, you know, really emphasized the point that he does not want people to know that he's having those moments. Okay. About Roderica again.
The girl. What about her?
Would you watch over Roderica? Question mark.
Are you out of your mind? Who'd stay with an ugly brute who only knows how to smith? Absurd. Besides, she'd never agree to it.
It's what she wants?
I refuse to believe it. I don't doubt you, but I know when something's too good to be true.
That's interesting. Okay, hold on. I've got to move things around here. Oh my god, I need to organize my notes. When asked to watch over Roderica, said was very self-deprecating. Said he knew when something was too good to be true. Those notes are looking more and more like my desk. Yeah, at this point I'm at the point of my notes where I'm just moving something around to be able to stack more stuff somewhere else, right? You push something on the side so you can add more trash. It's really messy. Well, we'll sort it out. How are you, Marvez, today? He's shy about girls. I don't know. There's really something interesting about that character. He seems to have like some God-induced like fear in him, right? I don't know.
I am pleased. Would you like the blessing? Would you like to?
Yeah, I don't.
Now.
Yeah, hold me once more, please. I'm really like things are changing around this place, even though I haven't moved back to the mainland. This is crazy.
You are so very warm. Then good day to you, my dear.
Clinically significant case of lore hoarding documented right here. You should see my scalpel documents of the stories I'm creating, like my work for my novels. It's God. It would be literally unreadable by anyone else. Like, I think it would take years for someone to decipher what I'm doing with those things. It's a complete mess with connections going everywhere and lines connecting things, and yeah.
If I do have a talent, I suppose I'll ask Master Hugh.
Okay, so I think we're okay. Let's see if I reset. Is anything gonna? Oh, there she is! I'm still not ashamed of my try thrusting and then out of stamina in front of Fee after all these years. The votes I got were worth it. Fair enough, Garrus. Fair enough. Look at her. We're seeing a whole character arc in real time right now.
Good to see you again. Thank you very much. I have you to thank, don't I? For persuading Master Hugh.
Sure.
I can happily announce that he has taught me the noble toil of spirit tuning.
Well, that was fast.
I'm as yet unsure of what I might be able to accomplish, but if I might be able to help you all, I'd certainly like to try. And if there's any chance to ease the suffering of my dear men who were grafted, well, I certainly must try.
Sure.
Roderica, the spirit tune apprentice. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
I can already tell she has a bit more confidence to herself, right? She seems to be a little more confident already. That's nice. She has a purpose now. Spirit tuning. With spirit tuning menu, you can spend runes and grave gloveworts to strengthen the spirits you summon from ashes. To strengthen named spirits, you need ghost glovewort. Oh, okay. So you can actually upgrade those things. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay. And then the named spirits are more expensive and you need specific materials. Those are like the kind of the epic ones, right? Like the legendary ones. Okay, neat. I'm not gonna probably... Well, Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna have to upgrade some of it over time because I feel like that might push the quest line further with her, right? You need to use her services. So we'll eventually do it, right? But yeah, it will take us some time. Maybe Aurelia, that's a fun one, you know, she's kind of a character, I guess. What's up, Marik? Hey, actually, you know what? Let me spend a few points and do that now. Why not? There we go.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning?
She's not with the named spirits. Yeah, that's interesting, right? That one, she's technically like a named character, but she's not a legendary one. I'm really puzzled why I can't give her the Chrysalids memento. I don't know if it's maybe because it's used for something else, or if I maybe missed the moment I was supposed to give it to her. It certainly didn't break anything, it seems like, you know, but I wonder what the consequences will be. Or maybe it's for later, I don't know.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for no matter to lay out your arms then.
About Roderica.
I spoke with the girl. She has a gift for spirit tuning. So I told her everything I know. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honor her. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Interesting. Oh my god. We're making this happen. Let's go. More space. Said he was indebted. I never know how to pronounce that name. Whatever. To a spirit tuner from long ago. So he taught Roderica. And Roderica, where's she? Oh, right there. Learned spirit tuning from you. Immediately seemed more confident now that she has a purpose. still couldn't give her the brooch. The brooch. Alright, let's see. If I sit down again. Anything?
Greetings. Are you here for...
Nope. How about you?
Well, I took you no matter it. Lay out your arm.
Nope. Okay. So, seems like we've gotten as much as we could out of this situation for now. Okay, what about this nerd now? That's an interesting one. He has flies all around him. Okay, he's alive, right? Like, he's not dead. He's looking at me, he's breathing and everything. Oh, no way, dude. Okay, hold on. We saw him get sort of like attacked and I thought killed, but apparently not, by that thing down in Stormvale, right? And there was those thorny tentacles coming out of it. We had that whole conversation about it potentially being like a result of the rune of death at the roots of the Erdtree and like roots taking all over the place and all of that. Anyway, some kind of eldritch, you know, power. And now he's here and he has thorny tentacles apparently coming out of his ass. I don't want to know what's happening down there under the blanket, but I have a bad feeling about this. And like the fact that there's flies around him and all that makes me think like there's some actual like dead flesh down there, right? Like the rune of that infection of the rune of death or whatever is taking over him, right? He needs ivermectin. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we can gather from this. This is kind of scary. I don't think this is gonna go very well. I mean, it's not like I can kill him anyway. It's not like in, you know, in Bloodborne, there's this character that can kill your other NPCs, right? If you don't kill him. Here I don't have a choice anyway.
Ah, we meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I expected him to be a lot less upbeat. Dude's like, oh yeah, no, I'm good. I expected him to be like suffering or something. Instead, it's just like, oh yeah, I can't walk. I'm sorry. I've defeated Godric about the corpse under Stormvale. Okay, and about D. I farted and I can't move. Let's see. I've defeated Godric.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we?
What?
Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
Rogier, sorry. I've decided we're gonna pronounce it Rogier. Rogier's rapier. I'm gonna make so many people mad by pronouncing it this way. Rogier's rapier. Roger's rapier. +8, yeah. Immediately upgraded weapon. Okay. That's kind of cool. It's interesting because it reminds me of what's in Dark Souls. There's this rapier that shows up every time. Rickards, Rickards, whatever you pronounce, however you pronounce his name. I don't know if you pronounce the name Rykard or Rickard, but that rapier, right, shows up every time in Dark Souls. So that's sort of like the vibe it's giving me. Ricky's, Ricard, like the alcohol. Well, in French is Ricard, right? So, le rapier de Ricard. Anyway, Rogier's rapier. +8. Interesting. No, what really made me pause for a second there is that he said, and I quote, "We both found what we were looking for in Stormvale," which means he was actually looking for that body, and whatever's happening to him is exactly what he wanted, or at least he's considering it a okay result. Found him at Round Table again. Apparently affected by some kind of death infection. Thorny tentacles under his blanket. Said he found what he was looking for in Stormvale. Creepy. Oh, and gave me his rapier.
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
Okay. About the corpse under Stormvale.
The misshapen corpse under Stormvale.
Misshapen?
That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree.
Oh my god, I was
long
right.
Before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary? I'm going back down there and I'm poking that thing until it does something. I mean, I did poke it quite a bit, but it didn't do anything. Could be just a lore kind of warning, but... Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to that again. Jesus, that was a lot. Okay, hold on. I'm using my overlay. Said about the misshapen corpse under Stormvale. Let's see. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives blood, as that famed... Oh god, he's speaking too fast! Night of assassination is known. Happened during the golden age of the Erdtree. Before the shattering, someone stole a fragment rune of death from Maliketh. Sorry, I need to go back. The Black Blade. And on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. First recorded death of a demigod in history. Dude's dropping so much lore! You need one of your highly paid mods to be a stenographer? Yeah, if only. If only they were high paid, because that would mean I have... If they were highly paid, it would mean that I was making a lot more money, and I would love to be able to pay them, but... You know, we're unfortunately not making very much money on this channel. Barely able to survive myself. Barely. That became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. So the Shattering was the war, was not the actual act of breaking the ring. Yeah. And then he says he wanted to become a scholar. Says he wanted to become a scholar to learn of that fateful plot. Says to put the world back on track. You need to understand what broke it in the first place. That's, I'm paraphrasing, is the less important stuff there. Also warned me not to disturb the corpse more than necessary. Admitted that it was the reason why he's in that shape now. That's a long ass note right there. This seemed pretty important, so I wanted to like write down the exact words, because it's like a major part of the backstory there. But yeah, I need to, sometimes I'll have to just paraphrase. So this is a sacred relic. That misshapen corpse is a sacred relic of the Knight of Black Knives, right? They stole a rune of death from Maliketh, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn, and so this misshapen corpse is a result of that. So it we were actually right with the what if Godwyn's corpse was infected? Well, I mean, I'm not sure, but I think that checks out. That seems to check out quite a bit. I'm not sure why the squid face still, but yeah. Half confirmed by Rogier. Also, there was a mention of Maliketh. We have a note on Maliketh here. defeated the Godskin Apostle and sealed the Black Flames. Why? To protect the gods. Interesting that he's linked to that, because apparently was also guarding the Rune of Death. Was stolen from him to kill Godwin. Do I have a note about the Rune of Death somewhere? I feel like I do there. Stolen from Malekith. Oh my lord. The more I write notes, the less I understand how I'm gonna even organize them. I don't know how I'm gonna group them in a way that makes sense. Yeah, this is gonna be a whole thing. It's really like a tapestry of interconnected stuff, which makes it very hard to find a way to organize them properly, but... Characters and events, yeah, but I mean, so many things are linked together, though. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think a lot of things will be organized by location. I'm gonna put things in like the locations where I've heard about them, and I'm gonna distribute them on like the sort of the board in the same shape of the map, roughly, right? That will make sense, like instinctively, to find things. I should be able to find things intuitively thanks to that. What I wish I could do, and I think I need to look into my I really wish I could grab. I can. Oh my god, I wasn't sure if that worked. I forgot about that. You can actually press middle mouse button and move the board like that. That's gonna be super useful to go around and find the notes. Okay, that's great. And then I think, yeah, I mean, like I think I'm gonna have to group them by sort of storyline, I guess, like the whole Night of the Black Knives, Rune of Death, and then go from there, like have a centered thing, like maybe the assassination of Godwin, to give an example, could be at the center of it, like the Night of the Black Knives, and then goes to the Rune of Death, and then Malekith, and then the Black Flame, and then, you know, like sort of a going from like the most important thing in the middle, and then it sprawls from there, if that makes sense. I don't know, for different like plot lines. Yeah, I don't know.
Still need something?
We'll figure it out, I'm sure. About D, what do we want to talk about D?
Ah, so you've met D. D is an old friend.
Oh.
We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death.
Oh.
But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends.
Interesting.
D was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you, all the better.
What? What are we talking about? Jesus, the Lord drop. This is impossible. Curse Mark? Who the fuck is Mark? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so, okay. D is... used to search into death with his old friend Rogier. according to Rogier. Expiration of death, right? Apparently not friends anymore. For some reason. What's up, Elisa? How are you doing today? The notes have gone out of hand already. Yo, they've been out of hand since like hour 10. This is a whole mess now. Oh, jeez. You know what? We need to start breaking the mold there. Take more space. According to Rogier. Found the mark of the centipede. Found the mark of the centipede. An ancient symbol of the curse mark. This is crazy. I don't understand what he's talking about. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature. Then we may be able to form an alliance. I have no idea what that means. Hold on, I need to take a note at Rogier. Said of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. What is he even talking about? Not nefarious, nefarious. I have no idea what the curse mark is. He's dropping... That man is dropping lore about shit that I've never heard before, which is fine, right? I mean, I'm sure we'll find out eventually, but... What's up, Elden Lord? Hugh being a prisoner of the hood. There's a Dutch expression for this. I'm gonna try to read that. Door de bomen het bos niet meer zien. Butchered that pronunciation. Unable to see the forest through the trees, I mean losing oversight of the situation due to all the details. Yeah, that's what's happening to me right now. That was literally an amazing effort. Thank you. I appreciate that. We have the same in English? Oh, yeah? The Dutch people you game with taught you well? Oh, I've learned some very tasty Dutch insults. Trust me. I know all about the Dutch insults. Oh man, what a mess these notes are. Look at the size of the Rogier's note. Like, that's crazy shit. That fucking nerd. Sorry, you weren't able to see. Look at the size of the Rogier's notes. That dude became, in 5 minutes, the most interesting lore character in the game. He's sitting there with his blankie. Yeah, and look at that. He has death-infected thorny roots coming out of his ass. Because we found a giant corpse under Storm Vale. And he got, like, impaled by it. You know? And I thought he was dead. But no, but apparently he was just infected by it. Like, he's exploring death in his own way, I guess. Yeah, that's why there's, like, bugs around him, like flies and all that. And it's all linked to the assassination of Godwin. I think there's, like, the rune of death is running through the entire lens between, because Godwin was buried under the Erdtree in the roots. And so the roots have taken all that rune of death energy from his corpse, and now it's spreading all over the lens between. That's why you find death roots everywhere, and those who live in death started happening, and now you have him finding that corpse under Stormvale for some reason, which I don't really know how it got there, but and then he got infected. But he seems happy with it. He said he found exactly what he was looking for. So he really wanted to... I mean, I don't know if he wanted that result, but he at least thinks it's an okay consequence for the discoveries he's made. Also, tell me that hat doesn't have a face with the eyes and the smile. That is totally the Sorting Hat, by the way.
Oh, still need...
Gryffindor! Okay, I'm assuming D is gonna have something to say about Rogier now.
Ah, hello there. What can I do for you?
Dude, this never ends! We've been here for an hour and a half! I could make a whole stream just in the fucking round table talking to people. There's so much stuff. If every time I'm gonna kill a major boss and the story's gonna move forward, we're gonna spend an hour and a half in the round table talking to people. Alright, let's see. What's up, Rogier? D, tell me about Rogier.
Are you acquainted with a man named Rogier? You know,
Rogier.
the piteous fellow
Rogier.
hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past.
Sure.
Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling.
Okay.
Like he's half dead already.
Yep.
I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside. Breaks them.
Ferrero Rocher. That's funny. Ferrero Rocher. Wait, I know his name is supposed to be Rogier, right? But I think Rogier sounds so much funnier. Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to that again. Take some notes, of course. Where's D? Where's my D? My notes about D. I'm sorry about that. Ferrero Rogier, yeah. Oh, what was I doing there? I was like shaking my camera around. I'm just looking at the replay. Alright, let's see. Set of Rogier used to be a great spellblade. Wise beyond his years. Clear of mind. No more though. Half dead, rotting from the inside, seduced by those who live in death. That's roughly the paraphrase, right? So he said something interesting. He said, "When grace is sullied." Feels like a note, like an interesting. Maybe that one I will quote. When grace is sullied, It rots people from the inside. There's a mention of the, you know, grace, rot. Your memory is great. Oh, I'm using the replay feature of Steam, right? You can't see it, unfortunately, because it doesn't get captured. But I'm using the replay feature from Steam and I'm playing the dialogue again, right? So I'm cheating a little bit. But you can't see it. Yeah. But yeah, I'm using the replay to just, yeah. I subscribed to Game Pass for the new Doom and just cancelled it. I could decide to get my money back? Well, that's interesting. No, my memory is typically not really good. That's why I take notes. Taking notes helps me, like, remember things. It's sort of like, you know, I take notes about everything. I love taking notes. Like, even like with something like stupid like Tekken, right? When I'm learning Tekken, I take notes about my matchups all the time, and like I just, it helps commit stuff to memory for me. Just how my brain works, you know. Twitch just notified me. You used a stream together or participated in a stream before or after Night Rain dropped. You've earned the Recluse badge, a mark of true anticipation. What the fuck are you talking about? I never did a stream together. Participated in a stream before or after Night Rain? Does that mean I watched a Night Rain stream? Because if so, yeah, I did. But it counts if you watched one? Okay. So weird. I wonder what the Note app in your phone looks like, how much gigs it takes up. Not too much. I'm not very much out of my house, so I don't use my phone to take notes very much. I'm mostly always at home, so I take note on my computer, yeah. I have hundreds of scalpel files. Like, I'm not kidding. Hundreds. About so many different things. And I'm just taking a bunch of notes in scalpel. Also, again, like, if you guys ever see the combo feature on my channel, please let me know about it, because I need to know if I can disable it. But until then...
Did you need something else?
No, I don't. I'm not trying to talk to you, sir. I'm trying to... Yeah, the combo feature is so bad. The fact that... I wouldn't mind if it was just the little logo on the bottom and all that, but the fact that it makes, like, a big celebration in the middle of the screen... Like, fucking hell, dude. I don't want anything to cover my picture. I don't care. Whatever they do around the picture, that's your space, Twitch. Do whatever you want. I don't fucking give a shit. No, I do, but whatever, right? It's whatever. I get it. But whatever's on the video player, that's my fucking space. You don't get to touch it and decide what's appearing in front of it. The ads are already too much. And I understand they're great some of them are great features to, you know, create more engagement and have your fans spend more money or whatever. I get it. I understand what they're doing it. But I don't want anything to be in front of my stream without me creating that. That's why I made the... What was the thing? Like the celebrations or whatever? The you know, like the thing with bits where you could have like a whole thing in front of the screen? Or... I made all of those options like the maximum amount, which I think is like a ridiculous amount that nobody would ever use. Power-ups? Yeah, whatever, you know. I'm just making sure nobody's ever gonna use them. So yeah, if the combos become a thing that you can't disable, legitimately, I mean that. If the combos become a thing you can disable and it's just gonna pop fucking emotes on my stream or whatever when a combo level gets achieved, I'm sorry in advance, but I'm gonna have to make the minimum amount of bits 10k, which is the minimum, I think, because I don't want people to use them. Like, that's, you know, how strongly I feel about it. When combos is generally available, there will be an opt-out toggle in the creator dashboard. Thank God. All right. I'm happy. I'm reassured. We can move on. Great. Game. Hello. Thank you.
Always good, son.
Always good to see you safe. What do you need? Well.
Oh.
Okay. I've exhausted this guy. You're in the closed beta? That sucks, Colette. I'm sorry. How's your day been today?
Hello there.
Pretty okay, thank you.
What can I do for you?
It's been mostly the stream. I woke up and had something to eat and then started streaming. Yep. So what I need to do at some point is buy all the things, right, to avoid... I think I'm gonna do that now.
Ah, well then.
Right, purchase all the spells and everything. I'm not sure if that's a necessary thing, but sometimes I know, like in those games, you need, like the cleric in Dark Souls 1, right? You need to purchase all this shit for the questline to move. I think I'm gonna do the same here. Might as well do it now. I mean, it's okay if I don't level up, right? It's okay if I don't level up because... we're over-leveled already anyway, so... Okay, but before doing that, hold on. We have one more thing to do. This is now open. God. Let me guess. The two fingers. It's literally... I just love that it's literally two fingers. This is so fucking funny to me. Also kind of disgusting, but, you know. Is that a palm? Yeah, it is. Okay, so hold on. Is it those two fingers? Or like, what part of the hand are we talking about here? Maybe the index and this one, maybe, and those two are not there? I mean, you don't see any cut parts or anything, but... Or it could be this? Those two? I don't know. I mean, no, they were very clear about the name, right? The two fingers. Yeah. They're being quite literal in this in this case. I have to wonder, you know, if I have to wonder if this used to be like the hand of like a creature from old, right? Like we know that. I'm pretty sure we have notes about like giants and dragons being a thing in the times before the Erdtree and all that. What if this is just a remnant of a giant's hand or something that became somehow sentient by, you know, some weird magic or whatever, or the power of the Erdtree or something? Because, like, I mean, it does look like a rotting hand, you know? Hmm. What's up, Relinquished? Welcome in. I'm gonna not read your message before the mods get a chance to confirm that it's okay. I mean, no one posted a gun, so I'm assuming it's fine, but... This thing is extremely disgusting to me. It is. Mopo puts a gun down. Okay, fair enough. Covered in dead skin and everything, right? Wow, that took a while. Thank you, Saladino. I appreciate you. So yeah, careful, Relinquished, with, you know, welcome in, first of all, but careful with any information or speculation or anything about the game that could tell me something I don't know, right? Like, this is unfortunately not allowed by the... You didn't think much of that message. Yeah, but you tend to be a little, you know, you tend to have a needle that moves much later than mine. So, you know, which is fine. You know, I'm just saying, like, you tend to be more, have a less sensitive needle than I do. You think it was fine too? Okay, fish boy. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's take a chance. Let me read it, and we'll see. I don't think they're a finger for some part of a hand. I think that's way over the line. We're very much into spoiler territory, for me, at least. You know, even if it's just speculation, right? This is... Because here's the thing. The way it's phrased is very innocent. I don't think they are, right? However, we know how people work on this chat. I'm not saying Relinquished is one of these people. Yeah, I understand it's pure speculation from your perspective. I totally get that, Relinquished. That's why we don't allow speculation from chat, right? Because here's the thing. Some people know everything about the lore, down to the finest details, and they're gonna phrase things as, oh, I think it's this or that, right? They're gonna phrase it as speculation when they're actually literally dropping you, like, the exact lore, right? So that's why we can't allow speculation. Just because, unfortunately, you can't trust people on Twitch. Oh, I mean, that's not what I mean. You can trust 99% of people, but it only takes one person to ruin the experience for everyone else, right? So, yeah, to me, this is, you know. But I appreciate you for saying it's just speculation. And yeah, I mean, maybe you're right, maybe I'm right. To me, it looks like a hand that was cut from a giant creature, maybe one of the old giants from the times before, right? And the hand is rotting with dead skin on top of it and everything. But maybe that's not it. Maybe it's just two fingers. A weird... Oh, hey. Hello. Interesting. Mod me when you play Blueprints. I'll go fucking crazy. I will, Captain Vex. You got a deal. You got a deal. Oh my god, there's a throne. That is so ridiculous. It's breathing. Touch the two fingers? Okay. It's so gross, I know. You can hear him breathing. Or you hear them, I guess. They could shave their back, I'm just saying. The hair is just a nice touch, I guess. What an interesting thing. We don't finger shame. No, we don't. We don't. Just they have a mullet. That's true though. The Alley-woo, you could braid that hair. Can I talk to you? Yep. Okay, so I can touch the fingers and I can talk to you. 2 fingers would? At least they're not small. Okay. Learning things. Taking mental notes. What a strange thing this is. I don't know. I'm fascinated by the way this all looks. Oh, wait. There's windows to the outside. Oh, shit. Can I see anything? We can't really see anything. I'm just really curious if there's anything outside we could... But yeah, anyway, back to, you know, to conclude and sort of summarize what I was saying about the speculation stuff. I know it's frustrating. I understand it's frustrating for chat not to be able to engage in speculation, especially when I spend so much time talking about the lore and all that. And I'm sure some of you have no idea about the lore of the game, and you would love to be able to engage, and we have this whole, like, conversation. It would be so great if we could. Honestly, I would love it if we could really get to that level of, like, everyone just sort of speculates with one another. And in an ideal world, we would be able to do that, because the people who know things would not say anything, right? But I'm sure you guys understand, at least I hope so, that you guys understand why we unfortunately cannot allow that. I don't want, you know, my own personal, like, speculation and all that, or the community's thoughts to be, like, polluted by people who've just watched a Vati video and then just regurgitate whatever fucking bullshit they've heard on that, you know. That's just my personal perspective. We have Discord for that. So, yeah, that's true. You can, if you have, if you're a tier 2 or 3, you can use the spoiler channel. You have all the conversations you want about speculation and all that. That is true. I never look at that channel, so feel free to do whatever you want down there. I know too much, why I don't say anything. Yeah, I appreciate that, Vashel. Thank you. There's a Discord now? Yep. Oh, thank you, Tim. How much have I missed? I don't know. It's somewhat new, like 3-4 weeks ago. Alright, let's talk. Let's see what's going on here.
Are you that new tarnished?
I am.
You've done well. I am Enya, the Finger Reader. I interpret
Enya.
the words of the fingers.
I love your music.
Envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you. Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
This was so cool. The way her voice changed when she was like sort of connected with the fingers and, you know, speaking for them. And then she went back to her little voice. It obviously, you know, there's a thing there that makes me wonder, like, is she making that shit up? Or is she actually communicating with the fingers? And it's one of those situations where I'm like, you know, it's interesting to think about. Okay, we have notes to take there. Oh boy, that's a lot. This seems very important, so I kind of want to retranscribe the whole thing word for word. Let's see. Okay, first things first, Enya the finger reader. You know what I think I'm gonna have to do when I reorganize my notes? I need to make my notes wider. Like, you know, there's so much text. I think the notes being wider is gonna help organize them a little bit more, a little bit better. I typically like them being thin because I'm using just the scroll down a lot. So I want more like horizontal space. But if I'm going to start like going horizontal anyway, might as well get bigger, you know. Miyazaki has a foot fetish, why not a finger fetish as well? Yeah, I mean, who the fuck knows at this point, right? What's up, Acare? When are you doing red string to each segment? I mean, we have, coming soon, we're gonna organize the notes. We're gonna do that on stream. Maybe tomorrow, I'm thinking. We'll see. But, yeah, I'm gonna be, you know, moving the things around and like organizing things a bit better because right now it's a mess. So we'll see if there's red strings to make connections between things or whatever. What's up, Hagnon? What do you use to take notes? It's a software called Scapple, which is not going to look like that if you get it out of the box. I customize it to look a certain way, and then I used some OBS magic for the like the overlay, transparency, and all that, right? Like the slide up and down like a board, you know. That's just OBS magic, but yeah. Okay, so Enya, the finger reader. Wait, actually, did she say she was a finger reader or a finger maiden? Hold on. No, Enya, the finger reader. That's what she said. Yeah. All right, let me see. Interprets the words of the fingers. Envoys to the greater will. Okay, pause. Interesting thing here already. So the fingers are the envoy of the greater will. Have I taken any note about the greater will? Nope, that's the first time we mention it, but I'm pretty sure we've heard about it before. The greater will. Maiden served the two-finger, some kind of deity. Okay, we know that now. Envoy to the greater will. Whatever that is. Equal opportunity fetish. Eaten fingers, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how Miyazaki or whoever came up with that stuff. I mean, maybe George Martin came up with some of that stuff. Although as far as I can tell, he didn't actually do a whole lot of stuff like some characters, some of the world building. But I mean, those concepts like the two fingers and all that, that seems very like From Software coded, right? Like you can find some stuff that corresponds to that in the older games as well, right? Conceptually speaking, thematically speaking. Alright, so the fingers tremble, they welcome you, Shard Bearer. Oh, I'm a Shard Bearer now. Great. Are people gonna hunt me for my shards to then become Elden Lord themselves? Oh god, that actually could be a thing, right? Now I'm bearing a shard. So if someone wants to become Elden Lord, they might have to kill me, right? For my shards? Interesting. Anyway. Let them wisdom wash over you. Okay. Speaking for the two fingers. Great Elden Ring. I'm gonna write this one down entirely because I feel like this is some like major, like fundamental lore, you know? Anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, tragic corruption of the order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread unabating. Greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Fair enough. Thank you for the guns. Ba, 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 ba. Wait, what was that message deleted? I actually read it before the guns came down. That's one deletion I don't get. What did I do now? I don't know. I'm trying to understand. It's the one above that I was gunning. Oh. From what I understand, George wrote a couple of thousand years of history and then Miyazaki destroyed it in a good way. Classic FromSoft manner. I think that's fine too. No, I don't think that's bad. No. Yeah, I don't get it either in that case. Yeah. A little itchy trigger, maybe. I just put them out there. Yeah, let's be careful with the guns, though. Yeah, I don't know about the movie, Relinquished. I wasn't too excited about the movie before I knew Alex Garland was involved, because I really like Alex Garland. I think he's a great writer. He's a much better writer than George Martin, so I'm optimistic in that regard. Not that not that Martin was very involved in Elden Ring in any way, but, you know, what I mean by that is I think Alex Garland has a good chance of writing something interesting. We'll see, right? But what I'm hoping personally is that the movie stays as far away from the game as possible. write another completely original story in the greater world of Elden Ring. Something that doesn't connect to the game too much as to not, you know, conflict with some of the speculative lore of the game, right? If you're gonna make something that's canonized in Elden Ring, that's gonna like be a much more direct like exposition of the lore, not as speculative and mysterious and vague, I hope it's something that doesn't affect the game too much. Just, you know, hinges on like the greater, clearer concepts of Elden Ring, and then does an original story in there. I really hope they're not gonna try to answer questions that the game didn't. That's my hope, at least personally. I think it's more interesting that way, right? Now, if they, you know, if they pick a character from the game that they really enjoyed and write a story about them, why not? I mean, that's okay, right? There's plenty of great characters in this game that I've seen so far, and I'm sure they would make for great characters in a movie, but I don't know. I tend to like it better when movies or adaptations try to just add stuff rather than reinterpret stuff that's part of the already part of the lore. Timothée Chalamet as the Tarnished, Zendaya as Melina. Well, low-key, I would watch that movie. I think both are pretty decent actors. I mean, Zendaya is a fantastic actress. I think she's amazing. And I'm basing that mostly on Euphoria. I think there's one scene in Euphoria that just breaks my heart every time. It's some of the best acting I've ever seen. And I think Chalamet, I haven't seen him in a lot of movies, but I think he's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty good. I haven't seen Dune yet. I need to watch Dune. So, you know. I haven't seen that yet. Jack Black is John Elden Ring. Jack Black is the two fingers. Dune is awesome. Can't wait for the third one. Yeah, Choco? Nice, nice. Yeah, I really like Euphoria myself. I've only seen season 1 of Euphoria. I haven't seen season 2 yet, but I really liked it. Yep. Nick Cage's Buck. Okay, you guys' fantasy casting is just all over the place right now. But yeah, to Dax's point, careful with names we may have not heard of yet.
Remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions.
Oh, thank you.
Are hewn by the Erdtree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Oh, do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Interesting. Receive power for remembrance and about great runes. Look at that in a second. Johnny Depp as Vare. His name is Vare. Yeah, not Very. Vare. White mask guy. Yeah, we knew about that one, but... Sean Bean as the Tarnished because he dies constantly. Did you play any of the Souls games before? Is it the first? No, all of them. My first Souls game was Demon Souls in 2009. Yep. I imported the US version to Europe because it wasn't released in Europe yet. That was my first Souls game. It was fun. today's been a day of deletions. Yeah, I don't know. Like people, you know, a lot of them maybe a little strict today, but oh well, it happens. We had two sides of the same coin. An earlier one that shouldn't have been deleted that got, you know, deleted 15 seconds too late, and then it's okay. I get it. I understand it. It's hard. That's what happens when you blur the lines. I don't think that's what's happening here, but anyway, let's hold on. Let's and yeah, obviously you guys know if anyone gets deleted, everyone gets deleted around here. It always happens. It's a thing. We even have a little new tradition we started with Elden Ring where everyone who ever got deleted, please raise a hand in chat just to see that, you know. Every time I see a message, I legit panic trying to figure out if I should delete or not these days. Okay. Oh yeah, nice. Well, that's not good. We should probably talk about that and figure that out then. That's not the goal. I don't have a raised hand emote. Well, you can do O and the little slash, right? You can get one for $4.99 or more depending on where you live. What's up, Noger? How are you doing today? You don't buy emotes, fair enough. Okay, there's a lot of lore involved here. Hold on. Let's just focus for a little while. We're in this together, but I mean, anyway, well, this is a conversation for Mud Chat. We'll get into it. So she said, a remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Again, I'm using, you can't see it, but I'm using the Steam overlay to replay the dialogue. A remembrance of gold. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to take, oh God, I hate when I do that. When I click away, it completely skips the timeline. Something else. I'm gonna make a note about remembrances. Remembrances. From Enya. Called it a remembrance of gold. A remembrance of gold, like a memory of like the gold is associated with the tree and everything, right? The Golden Order, the Elden Ring. Remembrance of gold found a way in your possession, demigods, and Eivor the greater of champions. Hewn by the Erdtree upon their end into remembrances. Okay, that's interesting. Demigods and even the greater of the champions are hewn by the Erdtree on their end to remembrances. Valuable indeed. I don't think that part is too interesting. Can be turned into powers by the strength of the fingers. The fingers guide us all, and you tarnished, you are here to take, are you not? That's an interesting sentence, right? And you tarnished, you are here to take, are you not? The fingers guide us all, and you tarnished, you are here to take, are you not? Talking about remembrances. Okay, that's it. You show your progress like the map you explored? Yes. Give me 1 sec. Every time I got deleted so far, when I get deleted I don't respond. Yeah, I mean, ultimately if you know, hopefully what happens is you understand why we're protecting the experience and you just accept it and that's it. That's a deletion. It doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't prevent you from speaking more. It's just a safe way of protecting my experience. And the mods can make mistakes, of course. You know, they don't know exactly what I've seen, or like Naz said, the line can be a little hard to find sometimes. So ultimately, it's better safe than sorry is the philosophy, right? No hard feelings, better safe than sorry. Because it only takes one person to spoil something important to ruin the experience. Whereas, you know, if something that maybe shouldn't have been deleted gets deleted, it's not that big of a deal, ultimately. So, yeah, Relinquished. So, we first started exploring Limgrave, right? Eventually made our way, before crossing the Storm Gate, we made our way to the Weeping Peninsula. That was a whole week-long arc, exploring this whole thing. That was awesome. I loved it. And then we came back to Limgrave. We hit a chest here that sent us to here. We explored the tunnels, killed the boss, explored Celia a little bit, and then I was like, you know what, this place is challenging, let's go back home. And on my way back home, I saw the castle in the distance that I thought was interesting. So we went there, spent 4 days fighting the 2 bosses here, Misbegotten Warrior and Crucible Knight. Then decided, you know what, okay, let's go home now, let's resume the normal progression of the game. So I ignored most of Caelid, I haven't explored much of it. Went back home, explored the Mistwoods a little bit, explored some of that lower area here. Did the, you know, the Kenneth Hyde quest thing. Went back to Limgrave. Oh no, never mind. Got teleported at the end of the Mistwood. Got teleported again to all the way up here, where we spent 3 days fighting a Blackblade Kindred. Killed him, then decided we were gonna go home once again. There was a very recurring theme at the beginning of the playthrough of trying to get back to Limgrave. So made my way all the way through. Didn't explore much again, and once I saw the tower here, I was like, you know what? I'm going to explore that tower. It seems cool, which was great. You know, it was great. But we spent 4 days fighting the Godskin Apostle down there before finally killing him. And then finally made our way back to... Again, we didn't explore much of Dragon Barrow, but yeah. And then finally made our way back to Limgrave, crossed the Storm Gate, explored the area up here, and then Stormvale. That's pretty much where we are now, right? Yeah, we still have a little bit of here to explore. And then we'll do that when we go back to Kaled. Yeah. Yeah, the tower was really cool. I really love the exploration of the tower, and Godskin Apostle was a fantastic boss, great music, and the Godslayer sword looks cool. I don't think I'll use it, but who knows? You never know. It does visually look very cool. Yeah. So that's why I'm slightly over-leveled for Limgrave, right? Level 69. About great runes.
Ah, great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring.
Oh, boy.
Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen.
Oh my god! It never ends!
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left. Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
Okay.
Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
Godric's getting shit on right now. That's fantastic.
Ah, great runes.
Is she saying the same thing?
The children of the god tainted by
yeah.
So the great
oh, that's great.
Godric the runt.
Okay. Have I taken notes about great runes yet? Great rune. Nope. Okay. Great runes. From Enya. Bring down the notes.
Ah, great runes are the stuff
of demigods.
The children of the goddess, Queen Marika.
Children of the goddess.
She who is vessel of the Elden
Queen Marika. Vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the runes they wore, but none became Elden Lord. So grace was extended to Tarnished.
Listen, the fingers speak. The greater will has long renounced the demigods.
The greater will
Tarnished
is long.
Show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left. Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
Okay. Interesting. So the greater will has renounced the demigods. Okay, what I'm getting from this is that all the demigods are, well, that's established, right? They're the offsprings of Queen Marika, the goddess, right? She's considered the goddess because she's the vessel of the Elden Ring. And so the runes are fragments of the Elden Ring. I think that's something we've established, right? And So they when the Elden Ring shattered, they all got a little fragment. And that power, you know, got to their heads and they started warring against one another. That's why we hear the stories of Godric fighting Malenia and you know, like Radon and all that shit, you know, all those conflicts. Godfrey started trying to conquer the world or whatever. See you tomorrow, Marvis. Thank you for stopping by. And I think none became Elden Lord. I wonder if because they started getting, you know, they got involved in their little wars and their ambitions because of their runes and all that. I think they forgot that the goal was to sort of become Elden Lord, try to sort of like, I don't know what exactly it means to become Elden Lord, but maybe like uniting all those things together and bringing back like the, you know, the Elden Ring as one and the greater will and all that stuff. Although we know that Godfrey was the first Elden Lord, right? So he achieved that. I'm assuming the demigods we're talking about now are the next generation, kind of. So what did the greater will do is that it extended the grace to the tarnished. Since the demigods wouldn't focus on getting, you know, becoming Elden Lord and getting the ring back together, the greater will decided to guide the tarnished so that they could do that. Maybe it thinks that a normal poor human being is less likely to start letting the strength of the runes take over them, and which obviously, you know, kind of reminds me of like the Dark Souls sort of lore. That's very much From Software typical stuff, right? You can link the flame to continue the cycle, or you know, join one of the other different factions like the serpents and all that, like in Dark Souls. And so I wonder if here there's a similar sort of choice down the line, right? Of, do I become Elden Lord by bringing all the runes together and follow the greater will, or do I renounce it and let my own ambitions take over and just, you know, who the fuck knows? How are you liking the game so far? Oh, it's great. No, I'm having a good time exploring and trying to figure out everything. It's fun. What did she say there at the end? Let me listen to that again.
Tainted and so the great harmony indeed.
The demigods are all each and all direct offspring of Queen Marika.
Godric the Graf.
And then she shits on Godric. Cool. We do have something about the demigods. I think. Well, there was a soulless demigod thing, right? The abnormal child that Marika had. That was kind of weird. Vessel of the Elden Ring, considered a goddess. Also, yeah, Queen Marika had a lot of kids, huh? She was productive in that way. Demigod. The music is so great here, by the way. Yeah, I do not have specifically a note about the demigods. Put that here. The demigods. America's a MILF for real? Oh my god. He was busy. Jesus, chat! Keep it in your pants. Stay normal, chat. I'm not getting paid enough to read that shit. Chat reflects the streamer. Lies and slender. Ogre. How dare you? Marika giving herself exactly 1 week of recovery. I can fix her, Marika? I don't know. Touch Grace, chat. That is so good. Yeah, chat needs to touch Grace. You guys are out of pocket. All offsprings of Queen Marika. Didn't she say something else about it? Hold on.
Tainted ancestors, the great honey in the epidemic Hodrick the
No.
Baron.
Okay. All offspring of Queen Marika. Seduced by the power of the rune fragments of the Elden Ring. They ward one another instead of well, one another. None became Elden Lord. I think, that's a question. Why does the Greater Will think a Tarnished will do better than the demigods? I can't get over you trying to justify calling a pizza juicy. I mean, pizzas can be juicy and greasy, two different things. It's greasy if it's fat coming out of like the cheese or whatever, and it's juicy if it's the liquids coming out of whatever vegetable, fruit, or meat you have on your pizza. It's actually both. The main ingredient on your pizza is literally tomato sauce. Tell me tomato sauce is not juicy. It's literally made from the juices out of a tomato, and the flesh of a tomato being ground, like all the juices in there. It's tomato paste. That may be a local thing. Tomato sauce on pizza here is like actual, like proper tomatoes. Like it's not like, you know, some kind of weird thing. Maybe, you know what, I'm starting to, I'm not starting, I always figured, the problem here is I think we have different definitions of what juicy means. It may be a cultural or local thing. To me, juicy means anything that pertains to the liquids coming out of a fruit, vegetable, or meat. Those are juices. So, tomato sauce is just crushed whole tomatoes with olive and oil and oregano. Yeah. It's juicy if it's not too dry. I agree. But it may be a local thing. I think maybe that's because I'm having, you know, obviously the argument happens between Americans and Europeans. I think pizzas in Europe are juicier than they are in America. You guys love your, you know, typical, like just kind of dry-ish pizza. Not dry, but, you know. Your toppings are typically different than here. Here we have a lot more, like, you know, in Europe we have a lot more vegetables and like stuff that, like fresh ingredients that, you know, let out all those juices and all that, but... Well, yeah, I mean, Elden Lord, like, you know, I think Naz doesn't agree with that, but tomato sauce is literally just cooked, well, it's cooked tomato juice with more, sometimes more seasoning. I've had tomato juices that were extremely seasoned with like basil and, you know, basil and spices and all that, pepper. You know, a good tomato juice is very well seasoned. And like, tomato sauce is basically just a cooked tomato juice. Like, it's the same process. You know, you puree the tomatoes and that's it. So, but yeah, then of course tomato sauce, you can add like onions and stuff you wouldn't put in a juice, right? But You think juice, sauce, and paste is dependent on the consistency, how thick it is? Yeah, I mean, I would say for the most part, yeah. A paste would be you remove a lot of the moisture, right? To just keep the pureed stuff, right? A sauce, you keep a lot of the moisture, and you add, like, maybe, like Elden Lord said, you had maybe a little more condiments or seasoning than you would in a juice, typically, right? Like, the tomato juice typically is just regular. You run the whole tomato through a mixer, and then you add a little bit of pepper, salt, and maybe some basil if you like your tomato juice that way. And I do, personally. But again, I think those could be local things. Maybe tomato juice in the US is something completely different. It's like a tomato-flavored, sugary thing. I don't know, right? Maybe that there's a local thing here. Does the moisture from fresh mozzarella count as juice? No, I wouldn't say so, because that does not come from vegetable, fruits, or meat, right? It's just like water from the process of making mozzarella. So I would not agree that this part is juice. No. You like truffle in your pizza? Yeah, I do like that. It's milk juice, cheese juice. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a terminology thing. Ultimately, you know. And I understand there's a cultural aspect to it. I think there's a good chance I've never eaten pizza in America, but I had pizza in Australia. Like from an American-style pizza place in Australia. That shit, I felt personally that this shit was dry as fuck. And I got some Domino's in Australia, which also an American chain. I thought all that shit was dry as fuck. And it wasn't, you know, it was a bit greasy and all that, but I thought that was very, very dry compared to the stuff we get in Europe, like the Italian-style pizza, right? And, you know, you get the really nice, authentic tomato sauce and, like, vegetables and, you know, the proper meats on it. Like, it's like actual proper, you know, ingredients, right? I do like pineapple on pizza, yeah. I'm not against it. I always tell the story that my grandmother's favorite pizza was Hawaii pizza, right? Like the tomato and the ham and pineapple. And she was a very tiny lady, so she never would finish her pizza. I would always get the leftovers, so I ate pineapple pizza my entire life, and it's now a very nostalgic thing for me because it reminds me of my grandmother. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I might actually get one this weekend. I was thinking about it. Perhaps they were just crap. I don't know, Asterix. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm trying to understand why there's such a disagreement between me and Naz, you know, my American friend Nasrallah, about what constitutes, if a pizza can be juicy or not. He doesn't seem to agree that, you know, a normal pizza can be juicy. I think it may be a culture. Obviously I give him a lot of shit on his channel about it, and I'm provoking, like, sort of confrontation, because that's what I do over there, right? I'm the heel to his babyface persona on stream. But ultimately, I think it's a cultural thing. I think it's just, you know, a difference in how things are made here as opposed to there. It's a language thing, TBH? Yeah, maybe. Could be. But now, even though you wouldn't describe it as such, Dax, can you think of it having the qualities of something that you call juicy, right? It connotes a wetness that doesn't sound appetizing, like soggy. That's so weird to me. Juicy to me sounds delicious. Something that has moisture and, you know, those delicious cooked liquids coming out of it, and the stuff that you want, right? It doesn't mean the crust is not going to be crispy and everything. like for instance, nobody, you know, and I think Naz gave that example yesterday, and I thought it was interesting. The juicy burger. Everyone agrees that a juicy burger is good, right? But it's the same thing. You don't want your burger bread to be soggy and wet, right? You want it to be slightly crispy and firm and soft, and then you want the interior, like you want the patty to be juicy, or maybe the tomato you have in there to be juicy and all that stuff, right? I feel the same about pizza. I want my crust to be nice, crisp, and well cooked and everything, and then I want my ingredients on top of it to be juicy and delicious. Most of the time. It depends on what I'm putting on it. If I'm having like a pure cheese pizza, I don't want anything to be juicy, okay? I don't want my pizza to have wetness in the cheese. I need my cheese to be greasy and you know, gooey and delicious, you know? But Neapolitan pizza needs to be... Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? We have like the very traditional Italian pizza here in Europe, which I think you guys call Neapolitan pizza, right? That's the way you call them. And for us here, we just call that pizza. That's what we know as pizza, right? We don't have the American style pizza that you guys have, where it's mostly like, you know, kind of thinner and a little drier, maybe. That doesn't really exist here. So maybe that's part of the cultural thing, you know? I still think you had bad pizza. I don't know, Asterisk. Maybe you've never had good pizza. Maybe you've never had like an authentic traditional Italian pizza. Like the juices come out when biting a burger. Doesn't feel that way with a pizza, just different. Well, I mean, that's because the patty in a burger is thicker typically, right? But I don't know, I've had pizza where you know, you bite into like a vegetable or something and you have all the coming out and all that. Oh no, I never implied that Domino's was good, Asterisk. I've also had pizza in Australia from a place that was considered an excellent American style pizza place. It was like 5-star on the you know, like Uber Eats and whatever. So, and that one felt super. It was better than Domino's, but it felt very dry to me compared to what I'm usually used to. Like, to give you an example, and that's just an example, but if you take a slice of authentic Italian pizza, and you hold the slice like you know, like the typical pizza slice, you better hold to it. You can't like turn it to the side. That thing, everything's just coming down off of it because it's very like, again, it's juicy, it's, you know, it's fresh, it's not like solidified as a surface, and not just like the cheese sliding, but like everything is just coming off of it. Sometimes, depending on the toppings you get, you can barely hold the slice together because it's so, you know, loaded with delicious, fresh, juicy ingredients. I think you had bad pizza. I've had plenty of pizzas like that. I don't know. Maybe we talk about different things, Asterisk, but who knows? Show me a picture of what you consider a good pizza. American style pizza, that's good. And I'll tell you what I think about it. I'm in the firm opinion that authentic, fresh Italian pizza is a healthy, well-balanced meal. Yeah, it's probably... Well, I mean, it depends on the quantity you eat, because of course, like a full pizza is a lot, but... Yeah, I mean, there's carbs, there's fat, meats. Right, no, I meant American-style pizza, yeah. More cheese, less sauce, yeah. And that was my baseline for thinking that... I'm sure you guys can get Italian-style pizza in the US. You get all the restaurants and everything, right? But... Okay, so wait, can I still touch them? Yeah, I can still touch them. Okay, but first let me check on... With the Power of Remembrance menu, you can draw out the Power of Remembrance namesake. Each remembrance can provide one power. Once that power is claimed, the remembrance will be lost. But, hold on. Oh, sorry, I know the overlay's up. Yeah. It's fine. Wasn't there something about, like, the soulless god and whatever item I found? Hold on. Usually marketed as Neapolitan. I don't know how you pronounce that, but yeah. But yeah, to us, that's, like, standard pizza. And, But yeah, like a good pizza, like I had the other weekend, I had a good pizza that were, you know, little, nice little thick sausage bits, right? Like you take a sausage, you cut it in bits, not like the thin pepperoni slice, but like actual, like nice little nub, right, of sausage. Bell pepper, right? Nice slices of bell pepper, you know, thick, you know, juicy again. What else was on that pizza? Olives, of course. You can put on like artichoke on that if you want, if you like that stuff. You can have like a half cherry tomatoes or stuff like that, you know. Like, so those ingredients usually lead to, you know, the pizza being pretty moist, right? Which I think juicy sounds better. But I love anchovy, yeah. I always have anchovies on pizza if I can. What was that item that I'm thinking of? I'm sorry, I've been extremely distracted by all this food talk, and I'm very hungry now. All these communities are just really food streams. Food is great. Love food. There was an item that I found, but I can't find it anymore. Wasn't it like ashes or something? Why do I remember something and I'm not seeing it? There was a thing that we saw when we were around the mausoleum. Oh, maybe it was something that I read at the mausoleum in one of the menus, like the tutorials, maybe. And I don't have the item. That's something that's possible. Or I'm just blind and I'll see it tomorrow first thing. It's possible too. Let's check the tutorial about the mausoleum. Man, I think I'm just... confusing things with one another, I think. I'm pretty sure we read something where we were at the mausoleum. I'm like almost certain of it. Damn it. I'm sure it'll present itself back to us when we need it. Sorry about that, I got confused. Good pizza doesn't need to be dipped. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it can be good you know, anyway, but typically a good pizza should stand on its own, right? Hot sauce on any pizza? I agree. I like hot sauce on pizza. I'm so hungry right now, by the way. I just want to go eat something. I don't know. I'm remembering we picked up an item at some point and I was like, that's interesting. Like, it led to me thinking about something, but can't find it again. So either I'm very confused or I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. Oh well, I'm not gonna keep searching for it. So what do we get from this? We can get the Axe of Godric. Great axe wielded by Godric the Grafted. This golden battle axe is emblazoned with the figure of a beast, representing the strength of Godfrey, first Elden Lord and Patriarch of the Golden Lineage. Okay, the Regent Beast, right? We talked about that. I command thee, kneel. Smash the axe of Godric into the ground, unleashing 2 earth-shaking shockwaves. Follow up with an additional input to produce a third shockwave. 34 strength. I can almost wield it. Not quite, but almost. And then we have the Grafted Dragon. Embodiment of the power that still remained in the dragon's head that was grafted to Godric's left arm. The wielder's arm will take the form of a small dragon, sprouting sharp dragon fangs at the fist. This weapon cannot be two-handed. Take the form of a small dragon, sprouting sharp dragon fangs? Interesting. Bear witness, grant the small dragon a fleeting glimpse of life and thrust it skyward, spewing flames over a wide frontward area. That's awesome. I don't have faith though, but for now I'm not gonna spend them. Maybe I could see myself maybe using that axe, honestly. I am not against the idea of using that axe as a new boss killing weapon. We mentioned that I mentioned in the past that I kind of wanted to play an axe at some point as a boss killing thing. Okay. Alright, can I... Yeah. Can I get touched? By the 2 fingers? Let the 2 fingers touch me. It is time. It's what it says, Dead Whale. I'm not making this up. Rapture. Oh. That's it? I am very disappointed. We picked up another one. I need to be careful with this because, like, we know the finger snap was used to bring character down, so maybe there's other interactions you can do with this shit. I was almost hoping for something to happen. I'm gonna be honest. I was really hoping for something to happen. I don't know, getting picked up by the fingers or something. I don't know. This looks cool though. I like that. Yeah, Captain Dax, as a leftover fan, having a Rapture emote doing nothing is a very disappointing moment. Praise the sun? Well, not quite, but... Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not crazy. Okay. Alright, I think we're good on that. I think that's it. I think we're done with this place for now. Never mind. The door is now opened. There's more. It never ends. I said it once, I said it twice, I said it 1,000 fucking times. It never ends. Well. So the things we have to do. Talk to the nerd. We need to talk to the nerd, and then we're gonna have to look at our equipment. I am tempted to adjust my equipment a little bit now that we're done with the Stormvale arc. Even though we still need to go to Stormvale, right? We have to go to Stormvale and find how to get to that place we couldn't find, and then go to the tower, right? Before we get back to the lake-facing cliffs and explore Liurnia. Oh, the map is there. Cool. Good to know. So yeah, we're still gonna have to, but the greater arc of Stormvale is over. So I think it's time for us to reconsider the equipment we're exploring with and everything. So we'll look at the options. We'll try to mix and match something, make something cool. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to figure that out. I just quickly wanted to look at this. Piercing sword of superior quality featuring intricate ornamentation. Signature weapon of the sorcerer Rogier. High dexterity is required to wield the blade. 17! Are you kidding me? That's not high dexterity. To its full potential, but mastery is a sight to behold, characterized by a flowing style which excels in successive attacks. Glynblade Phalanx. Skill used by the enchanted knight who served the Carrion royal family. Form an arch of magic Glynblade overhead, which will attack foes automatically. Follow up with a strong attack to chain the skill into a lunging thrust. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those, It reminds me of that spell in Dark Souls, right? Just have over your head. Oh, damn, it's bigger than I thought. That's what she said? Or he said. Happy Pride, everyone. I'm gonna make that reference every day now. It's a little much of a longer sword than I expected. I'm gonna have to try that sword. I could see myself playing with a rapier. Maybe. Yeah, okay, this is more powerful than... No, wait. No, armament 1 is more powerful than 2. Okay. I'm assuming 2 is faster, maybe? We're gonna have to experiment. But first things first, we talk to the nerd. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story for tomorrow. 146 hours. Save the game, return to desktop. Yes. Oh my lord. My brain, I'm not gonna lie, my brain is broken right now. There was so much lore drops during the stream. I found myself completely overwhelmed by the amount of information I got today. Like the last hour there was insane. Like so much, like last 2 hours, so much lore, so much information. That was a lot. Anyway, on this note, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours roughly. 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Elden Ring. We're gonna have to do a little bit of cleaning up of the things we still have to do in Stormvale, the tower. Hopefully that doesn't lead into another whole adventure and boss fight. See, and then also finish the lore stuff in the round table, right? And then I don't know. After that, before we go explore again, we'll have to organize the notes. So I think tomorrow maybe there's going to be a little bit of note organization, which is also going to involve reading over the notes again and seeing where we like trying to put the lore so far together in a way that makes a little more sense, right? We'll see how we can do that. Tomorrow should be a very interesting stream lore-wise and exploration-wise after that. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Anyway, thank you all for the lurks and the conversations. Thank you for the gift sub, Warren, and the resub, Tim Stang. I appreciate it. And yeah, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.